invested in time in have also done really well, and it is a sad day for the industrial part of our country.
Also, here's a special report on the life and legacy of Ratan Tata.
Ratan Tata, a doyen of corporate India, is no more. Born in 1937 to Naval and Sonu Tata, he was brought up by his formidable grandmother Nawajbai Tata in a manor called Tata Palace in Mumbai. Ratan Tata was born into a family of great prestige. The lineage of Jamshedji Tata, the founder of the Tata Group and an integral part of India's history. Ratan Tata was schooled at Campion Cathedral and John Connon. He was driven to school in a Rolls-Royce. Ratan Tata went to Cornell University and fell in love with America. He wanted to settle down in Los Angeles, but destiny had other plans for him. With his grandmother falling ill, he was compelled to return to India. A turbulent relationship with his father, Naval Tata, pushed Ratan Tata to apply for a job at IBM. His father was not happy. Naval Tata asked his son to tie up a resume and offered him a job with Tata Industries in 1962. He would go on to join Tisco, now called Tata Steel, in 1963. When Ratan Tata took over from his father as chairman of the Tata Group in 1991, India too was pivoting. License Raj was being revoked, the economy was liberalized, and it was Ratan Tata's time in the sun. In the early 2000s, Ratan Tata had a string of high-profile acquisitions to his credit. Tetley, Chorus, Jaguar Land Rover and Daewoo took the Tata and Indian flag abroad. In 2008, he created history with the launch of the cheapest car in the world, the Nano, priced at 1 lakh rupees. He was also awarded the Padma Vibhushan that year. From telecom to software, manufacturing to aviation, FMCG to garments, the Tata Group has expanded across industries under Ratan Tata's watch. The conglomerate is worth over 30,000 crore rupees as of March this year. In 2008, when the Taj Hotel in Mumbai came under a terror attack, Ratan Tata showed great compassion and resilience during its aftermath. He stepped down as the chairman of Tata Sons in 2012 after 50 years and was appointed as chairman emeritus. A bitter fight with his appointed successor, Cyrus Mistry, over his handling of the group led to the ouster of Mistry. While propelling the group towards growth, he continued to indulge in his three loves, that is flying, fast cars and scuba diving. He was also a champion of startups and invested in successful companies like Lenskart, Urban Company, Bluestone and Ola Electric. Ratan Tata was well known to be very fond of his German shepherds Tito and Tango, and lived a simple life even as he created great wealth for fellow Indians.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Welcome back. BJP has struck a hat-trick in Haryana, and a day after the assembly election results were announced, leaders of the winning parties, in fact BJP in Haryana National Conference, Congress Alliance in Jammu and Kashmir, were engaged in hectic political activity on Wednesday, and today is a new day in Haryana. The party, of course, has struck a hat-trick, and now talks are underway to ensure that the new BJP cabinet has new faces. At least 7 ministers and the assembly speaker have lost elections, and a lot of new faces have won, which means the new cabinet will have fresh faces and also people from different castes and communities that have really voted for the BJP. Several BJP leaders, including incumbent Chief Minister Nayaab Singh Saini, who is likely to retain the position, were in Delhi yesterday to meet the Prime Minister and other top leaders. The new government, what we understand, is expected to take charge after the 12th of October, once the Dussehra is over. On Wednesday, the BJP in fact got a further boost in Haryana, with 3 independents also announcing their support to the party, effectively taking the BJP's tally to a very comfortable 51. And joining me now is Gurpreet, who has been reporting on the Haryana developments. Gurpreet, what I hear is intense lobbying has already begun for ministerial berths, which is something that is expected. Several legislators of the BJP are meeting senior leaders. They are already making a beeline to Delhi to meet the central leadership to ensure that they get something. But of course, this is not going to be an easy job, but of course the central leadership is expected to take a call. What are we hearing on the new cabinet?
Well, what we can understand and what we have learned from the top state BJP leaders, they are very clear. The party high command is going to take a final call. What we have seen, and from the results also, we have seen the former Home Minister Anil Viz was able to win the election. At the same time, Mahipal Danda, who is also one of the ministers in the previous Nayaab Singh Saini's cabinet, he had won from Panipat, and at the same time Mulchand Sharma, that was also former minister, he was also able to win. These 3 people are going to be adjusted because these are the senior people which the party high command as well as the state leader, they feel they will be able to get portfolio. We have seen the central leadership had made a full political strategy this time, and all the leaders, whether it's the state leader or the central leader, they are already mulling on the various angles. The main challenge which we can assess at this point of time, that is very clear. They want to make a balance for the portfolio, so that the way they are able to make a history in Haryana politics, that should not be disrupted at any cost. So that is the challenge before the party high command, and the state leaders, they are still tight-lipped because they know the central leadership is going to take a final call, and that is one of the reasons why the state leaders are going to national capital to meet all the top leadership, so that they will be able to make their way in the Naib Singh Saini's government, and they will be able to get this portfolio. So what we have learned within a few days, and within 2 days, there will be more clarity, and central leadership will talk to the state leadership to finalize each and everything. And as of now, what we can understand, yesterday we have seen the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini. He met all the top leaders. He has given his side of a list to the central leadership, that these are the combinations which he wants that should be properly accommodated. So let's wait for some more time. There will be more clarity. We have seen the former Vidhan Sabha speaker from Panchkula, he has already been lost. So it seems there will be new cabinet under the chief ministership of Naib Singh Saini. Back to studio.
Gurpreet, at least 7 ministers have lost, and also the assembly speaker. So that is quite interesting. In fact, it really reminds me of the situation in Madhya Pradesh, where a lot of senior ministers lost elections, and even in Haryana, we have heard people like Ravinderjeet, talking about the influence that he has in southern part of Haryana. So which is why, his supporters have been talking about him being the chief minister. But this time, the BJP has recorded an increase, not just in seat share, but also in vote share, with people from different parts of the state voting for the party. So, what kind of claims, what are the people, what are the top leaders of the party saying when it comes to the ministerial berth? Is it going to be representative, or is it going to be, exactly what the central leadership wants?
Well, what we have seen that the area which falls under NCR, and specifically urban area, they are able to get a maximum vote share from the various cities, whether it's Gurugram, Panipat, or maybe Sonipat. These areas, they are predominantly, they are able to get a maximum vote share. What we have learned from these areas, these people have been putting these words before the party high command. They are looking forward a topmost post after the chief minister. They are looking forward as a deputy chief minister, so that area will be developed, and that area should be get representation. At one point of time, we all know it was a stronghold of the Congress, and that is also a challenge for the BJP. They are trying to maintain that balance, so that this area should be represented. And if we can talk about in nut and shell, as we have already known that most of the senior ministers, they were not able to make their way in this state politics, and now they have an open arena, they have a political arena where they can adjust the newcomers also, and some of the former ministers, whether it's the Mahipal Danda, the Mulchand Sharma, or Anil Viz, the former home minister, they are going to be adjusted at a higher level. Now, the question is, they also want to make a balance within the party, so that there should not be any rebel within the party, and there should not be any disagreement with the top leadership. That is the one of the reasons why they have been mulling over these points which has been given by the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, to the central leadership to think about all these things. We have seen some of the women candidates. We have seen yesterday Switri Jindal, she has also given a support to the party also. That has also added one more number in the total mark which they had already got. Now they are also looking these aspects. They want to make a balance, so that one women minister should be from there. We have seen the Shruti Chaudhary, the Kiran Chaudhary's daughter. She is also make a way. She has just come from the Congress to BJP, and she was able to win the election. So all these mathematics, all these calculations are being taken care of the party high command, and it seems that is one of the reasons why it takes time. And what we have learned from the sources also within the state politics also, they say maybe on 12th or maybe after 12th, they will decide to hold this swearing-in ceremony, so that by the time they will have much time to talk to each and every leadership here in the state unit also, in the central unit also, so that they will be able to come to the consensus how they are going to make a balanced portfolio under the chief ministership of Nap Singh Saini. Back to studio.
Thank you, Gurpreet, for joining us with those details. Clearly, balance is the key word here. The BJP reviewing its caste, community and region calculations to ensure that the new cabinet that comes up in Haryana, where it has scored a hat-trick, a historic victory, is representative of all communities, people who have voted for the party in its record-breaking victory in Haryana. Moving on, in Srinagar, in J&K, a similar but slightly different situation is playing out, where the J&K has recorded a historic comeback. In fact, in Srinagar, top leaders of NC and Congress have already begun the spade work to form the first elected government in J&K in more than 6 years. Remember, it is the NC which has emerged as the predominant party in Kashmir with 42 seats. Congress has had a setback here as well. It has about 6 seats. This alliance now plans to announce the new chief minister in the next 2 days. But we know that we hear that it is going to be Omar Abdullah who's going to be leading. NC President Farooq Abdullah and Vice President Omar Abdullah have already been meeting the newly elected MLAs. In fact, Congress party leader, Congress party chief has said that we visited Dr. Abdullah and Omar Abdullah and congratulated them on the victory. An official discussion will take place after the meetings with legislative members and alliance partners. This is what Tariq Hamid Kharra has said. He's the chief of the Congress party in J&K. The NC will hold its first legislative party meeting today. It will also meet with its allies in the Congress party on Friday, which is tomorrow. And in this meeting, a governance model is expected to be decided. Joining me now is a panel of experts. We have Sandeep Shastri, and we have Professor Sandeep Shastri, and we also have Amitabh Tiwari, political commentators, both of them. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining me on this show. To you, Professor Shastri, first, let's talk a little bit about J&K. It is not going to be easy for Omar Abdullah because his party's manifesto has a lot that will be a challenge for the centre to fulfill, but he has clearly said that he will be not in a conflict-ridden relationship with the centre, and he'll be doing the best for the people of J&K. What are the challenges that you see for the NC Congress government in J&K this time?
Thank you, Vasudha, for bringing me into the debate, and wonderful to be with Amitabh ji on this debate. You are fully right in saying that there is a very tightrope walk that Omar Abdullah will have to do. And we already have seen indications of this in the speeches that he has made till now, where he has said on NDTV when he came up for an interview there, he did say that I will keep Article 370 restoration on the side now and focus first on statehood. Now, that was one clear indication that he gave that what his focus would be. And he also said in that interview, which is important, that my focus would be ensuring that Jammu does not feel left out, Jammu is represented, and the aspirations of the people of Jammu are taken into account. This, I think, is very critical because you notice this divide between Kashmir and Jammu regions, and he has said he would try to take that, he would try and reduce that divide which seems to be there, and which is very visible in the election results. Thirdly, I think Omar Abdullah has said that he would like to have good equations with the central government and the Lieutenant Governor. And this is an important point because rather than going on the road of confrontation, he wants to go on the road of reconciliation. He wants to work with the center. And this, I think, would be a very, very positive mood again. Right. Fourth and last, I think Omar Abdullah's challenge would be how to meet the aspirations of these diverse sections which have voted the National Conference and the Congress to power. Now, there are multiple expectations. After 10 years, after 5 years, you have a government at the earlier state, now union territory level. And therefore, there would be tremendous expectations from Omar Abdullah and his government. How would he go about forming his government? who would his ministers be, how much from the Congress, all these issues I think he will have to sort out. So as I said in the beginning, it's a very, very tightrope walk. Yes. But Omar Abdullah, being an experienced politician that he is, already having served as Chief Minister of the state, I am sure he is up to the challenge and willing to take it on given the mandate that he has received.
Right, Omar Abdullah striking a very cautious note there, like Professor Shastri is also saying. He said that the first business of the new cabinet will be to pass a resolution demanding a restoration of statehood for J&K, but clearly has also said that he will keep the conversation alive on Article 370, but he's not going to have a confrontation with the centre because he wants to focus on the interests of people of J&K. Amitabh Tiwari, let's talk about the other state that's making a lot of news. Tell us what is going to be challenging for the BJP, and I'm sure this is a challenge that the BJP loves, getting a very comfortable victory in a state, in a difficult election. It is in some ways a repeat of what we saw in Madhya Pradesh. How do you see 7 ministers losing elections, the speaker losing elections, but of course Nayaab Singh Saini emerging there as the face of Haryana BJP? What is the next task that is cut out for the BJP in Haryana?
So I think essentially this is a historic mandate for the BJP, and the BJP will now have to balance many considerations. One of the key being regional considerations, because the BJP has not only done well in its strongholds, which is of GT Road Belt and Ahirwal Belt, but also has done fairly well in the Jat land. And then it has to accommodate the various caste and socio-economic class aspirations. So since it has got a good amount of support from its traditional vote bank, but also from non-traditional vote blocks like the Jats, it will have to also strike a balance between various caste groups. And I would say to its advantage, what has happened is that many of the sitting ministers have lost. So it gives it a chance to have a very fresh new ministry with young new faces to take the mission of development of Haryana to the next level. And since it has a comfortable majority, I don't think it is going to face any problems. And we all know that rebellion in BJP is a word which we have not heard for the past maybe 2 decades. The last we heard was from Uma Bharati or Yedurappa. So in BJP, the Sangathan and the party is much bigger than individuals, and it will all be settled in an amicable manner. And the aspirations of key leaders like Anil Vij or others will also be kept in mind. And it will be a mix of experience as well as new faces.
Yes, Professor Shastri, that's a very important point that Amitabh Tiwari is making, that the BJP has recorded an increase not just in seats but also in vote share. How do you think the BJP is going to sort of work on its new cabinet? Because while 7 ministers have lost, there are also newer faces that have won. There are people from parts of the Jatland that have voted for the party, despite knowing that it is the Congress party that has a Jat leadership. How is the BJP going to be representative in its new cabinet this time?
Vasudha, I would fully agree with what all Amitabh ji said about the challenges of government formation. I would believe there would be 3 factors, and not necessarily in any order of preference, which will guide the party in deciding the cabinet or the ministry positions. Factor 1 would, of course, be the loyalty factor, which has always been an important factor for the BJP. People who the party trusts in terms of implementing its agenda and being the right face for the party to put forward. Second factor for me would be the representation factor, both in terms of caste and region. The party would want to do a very good balancing of the caste equation and also the regional equation, irrespective of where the BJP did better and where the BJP did not do very well. And factor number 3 would be which leaders would help in building and bridging the way forward. Because now there is a heightened expectation from the BJP in its 3rd term in office. So which ministers would be able to work in a manner that you build on the expectations and bridge the expectations and have a performance which would justify in important ways a 3rd term for the government. So the loyalty factor, the representation factor, and the capacity to build and bridge, I think, would be what would decide who would be the ministers in the government. And as Amitabh said, the fact that 7 ministers lost, the speaker lost, are factors which allows the Haryana decision to be taken literally on a clean slate, because you have an opportunity now to refurbish the whole ministry in the state.
Right. Amitabh Tiwari, what is going to be challenging for Omar Abdullah here? Because NC has come up as the predominant party in Kashmir, but he's insisting that he will be ensuring that the interests of people of Jammu will be completely taken care of. And this is part of the Union Territory where NC has not really performed that well. Tell us, how difficult is this tightrope walk for Omar Abdullah going to be?
I think the mandate is fairly polarized. And one of the biggest challenges for Omar Abdullah will be to ensure that Jammu, where the BJP has almost swept the Hindu-dominated seats, is a region which gets adequate representation and is heard of on the ministry. Because there has been a feeling amongst the people of Jammu that they have been left out of development for the past decades, because the chief minister of J&K has largely been from the Kashmir Valley. And there are also tremendous differences between the people of these two regions. So I think he has to play the role of a peacemaker here, and he has to ensure that both Jammu and Kashmir are adequately represented. They don't have many leaders because not many MLAs have won from the Jammu Hindu-dominated region. So they have this challenge, and they need to find faces who could act as a bridge between both these regions. And of course, emotive issues always play a role in Jammu and Kashmir. He understands that Article 370 was perhaps not the main driving force in the electoral voice of the people, and that is something which he would not want to touch and start on a wrong note with the BJP, because it is the Union Territory and he requires the help of the central government also for development of the region. But statehood is some issue, is an emotive issue again, which he would also want to pressurize the BJP by passing the resolution in his first cabinet, so that at least one of his key promises he has fulfilled, and then the ball's in the court of the BJP to fulfill that promise.
Yes, Professor Shastri, how central is statehood of J&K going to be in the next phase of governance for J&K? Because this is something the Prime Minister has also said that, yes, of course, this is going to come back. But this was central to the NC Congress campaign. But they also spoke a lot about not having police Raj. Do you see the power of the LG going down now that there is an elected assembly in place after 6 years? But we also have a new J&K Reorganization Act, which clearly makes the LG far more powerful than he was.
Vasudha, it can be very persuasively argued that the restoration of statehood was something that every political player in the Union Territory has been committed to. The BJP has said that we are committed to statehood. The Congress and the National Conference have taken that stand. So the commitment to statehood is something that cuts across party lines. And that's the reason possibly Omar Abdullah is making that as the principal pitch to begin with. And he started off by saying that he is confident that the Prime Minister would fulfill the promise that he made during the campaign, which the Home Minister made during the campaign. So the new Chief Minister, the Chief Minister designate, is reaching out to the BJP, reaching out to the center and saying that let's work on this issue on which all of us agreed. Timing, of course, would be the key. Will it happen sooner or later is the question. Also, I think Omar Abdullah is very keen to build bridges with the Lieutenant Governor. He did mention that there was no communication channel for long between the Raj Bhavan and his party, and he's hoping that that would open up and they would have a cordial relation with the Lieutenant Governor. And this is important, especially in the light of what we see happening in Delhi. There is a lot of apprehension that how would the relation with the Lieutenant Governor go. But Omar Abdullah seems to have taken the first step and said that we want no confrontation, we are for coordination, and we are for fulfilling the aspirations of the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
Right. Mr. Tiwari, do you see any change in the Congress's strategy when it comes to Haryana? Are they really would they be looking at a relook of this pro-Huda strategy that they've had in Haryana for the last 10 years? And how fortified is the BJP strategy of focusing completely on non-Jat consolidation? Because that is something that has really worked for the party even this time.
No, I think the results could portend the end of Jat politics in the state. So we could see Congress going back to a more inclusive, more accommodative, and more expansive social coalition. So it would try to build or rebuild its earlier coalition, because if you recall, INLD was the preferable Jat party, and Congress was the preferable party of upper caste, OBCs, SCs, and minorities. So it would, I think there could be some leadership changes. There could be drastic changes because Rahul Gandhi does not seem to be also happy with the result. And this reliance only on one caste or community in the modern world of politics is fairly difficult. And that also would, in a way, pressurize BJP also to shed its non-Jat consolidation politics. We could see a more expansive, a more accommodative, and a more I would say it has also become fairly polarized in the last 10 years. So this strategy of the Congress party, if it moves away from Jats, will also be beneficial for the societal harmony in the state, which has become fairly polarized in terms of Jats and non-Jats.
Right. Thank you so much, Amitabh Tiwari and Professor Shastri, for joining us on this broadcast. Clearly, there are political and electoral consequences of both victories and defeats in states, but it is the focus now is on government formation both in J&K and Haryana. In fact, important meetings are underway. The BJP will also be ensuring that the swearing in of the new Chief Minister Nayaab Singh Saini will be taking place, but that's expected after Dussehra. And in NC, there's of course an important meeting of the legislature to decide to support Omar Abdullah as the Chief Minister of J&K. Moving on to other important stories, 2 days after Delhi Chief Minister Atishi moved into the Chief Minister's bungalow, she was asked to vacate the premises by officials of the Public Works Department, a department that she only heads. In fact, this marks yet another escalation in the flashpoint around the CM's residence. The Aam Aadmi Party has claimed that Atishi moved in after taking care of formalities, while the PWD says an official handover of the property from Kejriwal to the department was yet to take place. PWD officials have said that the house has been sealed. Meanwhile, Chandni Chowk MP Praveen Khandelwal has urged Delhi's LG to order an infrastructure audit of former Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is leaving for Laos, and in fact, Prime Minister is all set to attend 21st Asia-Indian Summit, and in fact, he will be also making some important points that this is India marking a decade of Act East policy, something that India has said is the focus of its foreign policy, neighborhood first and also Act East. The summit will be charting future direction of cooperation between these countries. Moving on, Lebanon is the new battlefield after Gaza. This is a day after Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, has warned Lebanon of consequences like Gaza. Israel has expanded its offensive in Lebanon, also its ground invasion of southern Beirut. And in Lebanon is my colleague and NDTV reporter Mohammad Ghazali reporting on the humanitarian crisis that's unfolding there, and also the way Middle East war has widened, including more players now. Israel expanding ground offensive in Lebanon, and there is a trail of destruction in Lebanon's capital. Hezbollah has fired rocket barrage at Israel's several parts, and Israel's Prime Minister now has warned Lebanon of a Gaza-like destruction in the country.
Aerial bombardments have been going on in Beirut city, and I'll ask my camera person to come closer. Keep walking. This is the site you see here. These are the areas where the strikes have happened. These are the residential areas, and we are right now in Beirut. We are not away from the city. It is very close to the city center, and you can see these damaged areas The report suggests, the Israeli media or the Israeli army claims that they had killed one of the commanders of Hezbollah. But we spoke to certain people here. The locals suggest that this is a residential building. They claim that perhaps it was not related anyway to the Hezbollah, because Hezbollah's stronghold is in some other part and not in the residential areas of or in the city areas of Beirut. Now, what has been happening since yesterday? We saw the deputy chief, or say the next in command, Naim Qasim of the Hezbollah, addressing the Lebanese TV channel yesterday, saying that our capacity is still intact. We have still the fighters there on the southern suburbs of Lebanon who are engaged in a ground combat with the Israeli forces. And then there were fires exchange. There has been a fierce gun battle which has been going on near the southern suburb of Beirut. But if you see here through visuals, I'll try to show you, and my camera person Adam will show you here. This is the kind of damage which has been inflicted by these aerial strikes. This is a multi-story building, and you see those damage there through the aerial strikes. People are still staying in this building. We see those damaged cars, and this has been the impact of these aerial strikes. Right now we are reporting from Nabi Yunus, an area in the south of Lebanon, and behind me, if you see, this is the kind of impact civilian buildings have been inflicted, or the kind of damage it has suffered due to the aerial strike. And right now, if you'll see here, there are people around. I'll show you through visuals that this used to be a family here, and you see these members here. This is the picture of the family which used to stay here, and what we are being told that around 5 people were killed in this aerial strike on Saturday and more than 20 injured. And right now we'll try to show you that is still the rubble is getting cleared, while the occupied territory of Palestine and its forces, the occupation forces across the border, claim that this was a house which had militants, but what we're being told that this is a civilian residential area, and aerial bombardment has just damaged this entire house here. Right now they're expecting that perhaps this will not be extended, but they also fear that the worst is yet to come. In Nabi Yunus in southern Lebanon, Mohammad Ghazali for NDTV.
US President Joe Biden and Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have held a much anticipated 30-minute phone call, believed to be their first contact since August, which included discussions on Israel's intended retaliation to Iran's missile strike last week. The White House has described the dialogue as direct and productive and has said that Biden and Netanyahu have agreed to stay in close contact in the coming days. Vice President Kamala Harris also joined the call. Speaking shortly afterwards, Israel's defense minister has said its attack against Iran would be deadly, precise, and above all, surprising. Analysts have pointed out that two forces are at work. One is Joe Biden's reluctance to see the US being dragged into a war with Iran that it believes would be unnecessary and dangerous. The other is a strong sense among some in Israel that they have an opportunity to deal a body blow to Iran, their mortal enemy.
What I can tell you is they had a discussion. They continued their discussion on a response to Iran's attack. A discussion last week, a discussion that certainly started at the staff level, and now the two leaders were able to have a productive, a straightforward, honest conversation, as they tend to do. I don't have anything beyond that.
Moving on, Hurricane Milton has made a landfall at 8:30 p.m. Wednesday near Sister Cay, a barrier island off the coast of Sarasota with white sand beaches about 70 miles south of Tampa. Hurricane Milton made this landfall as a dangerous category storm on Florida's central west coast. The storm of the century, as President Biden has described, slamming into Florida's already storm-affected west coast as a Category 3. Do remember, it was a Category 5 hurricane before it weakened. Just before it was on expected lines. My colleague Divya has more details on this.
Stay inside and stay off the roads. Floodwaters and rushing storm surge are very dangerous. And I would say that's even more so in spite of everything the state did to help these local communities hit by Helene remove a lot of debris. And they did move a lot of debris over the last 72 hours. You're going to have new debris created, and you still have some of that old debris in some of those places. So there's going to be hazards in the storm surge and in the flood waters. Stay put until the storm is past.
The storm of the century, as President Biden described, slammed into Florida's already storm-affected West Coast as Category 3. Do remember, it was supposed to be Category 5 hurricane. That is the strength that it had reached, but it weakened before landfall. That was on expected lines, but the prediction was that it would be a Category 4 storm at the time of landfall. Now, Milton had dropped more than 9 inches of rainfall in a matter of 3 hours over the Tampa Bay area, representing more than a 1-in-1,000-year rainfall when it comes to St. Petersburg. Now, when we talk about Milton, this is the third hurricane to hit Florida this year. Several people have been injured. Some lives have been claimed as well. And this is after evacuation orders were in place. And this is something that the authorities had been very clear about, that it is a do-or-die situation. It's a life and threatening situation, and everybody needed to just pack up and leave. Now, Hurricane Milton that slammed into the state with very strong winds and heavy rain and damaging tornadoes with the rainfall and what we're talking about as far as the area is concerned, that it covered a larger area while it stayed at sea because it was getting these warm temperature water that was feeding into the energy of the storm. So by the time it made landfall, even though the wind speed was reduced, even though the category had reduced to Category 3, however, the area that it impacted was way larger. So it had a huge impact as far as the area is concerned, and which is why it's impacting more people, which is why a word of caution to all those people out there, especially in this area, that is the Tampa Bay area, that people need to be very cautious over the next 24 hours because the impact of this is going to continue to be felt not just within the area of the landfall, not within the cone, but even on the outsides of the cone where the impact is going to be felt. We'll keep getting you the very latest from Florida, where this hurricane that made landfall at 8:30 local time in Florida last night, but it is going to keep impacting more areas over the coming 24 hours.
Well, America's NCL 60 strikes tournament has seen batsmen dominating with high scores while bowlers taking crucial wickets. It was a double-header. In the 8th match, Chicago beats Dallas by 59 runs with Karthik Etapalli taking 4 out of 14. And in the 9th encounter, Atlanta defeats Suresh Raina's New York by 60 runs in the next match.
Robbie would be kind enough to flip the coin.
Dinesh Karthik won the toss for Dallas and opted to bowl first.
It is.
We'll have a bowl first.
Pragyan Ojha gave Dallas an early breakthrough by dismissing Chris Lynn. Michael Lewis and Sohail Tanvir's partnership propelled Chicago to a challenging total of 125. Lewis was particularly aggressive, scoring 57 of 19.
Through the offside, and this is an incredible shot.
Chicago's bowlers dismantled Dallas's batting lineup with several batsmen failing to reach double figures. Chicago won by a comprehensive margin of 59 runs.
And that's how
They've been bowled out for 65.
Angelo got the coin.
In the second match, Atlanta won the toss and elected to bat first.
Right, Angelo, what are you going to do? He'll have it back.
Sam Billings and James Neesham put on a blistering partnership for Atlanta, setting a challenging target of 154.
153.
Despite a good start from Upal Tharanga, New York's batting order collapsed.
That's a big one. Not big enough though.
This should be a wicket.
With several batsmen failing to contribute significantly.
Quicker delivery.
Atlanta won by 60 runs, with Sam Billings being named the player of the match.
Make sure you sort of...
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
अब have been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
Head of an era, Ratan Tata has died at the age of 86. One of India's iconic business leaders and former chairman of the Tata Group passed away on Wednesday night at the age of 86. The national icon has passed away and tributes are pouring in from across the world. And in the Haryana government formation is the BJP that's weighing in as far as the caste balance is concerned. And in Jammu and Kashmir, a key national conference meeting to take place in order to decide, well, it will be Omar Abdullah who is set to become the Chief Minister of J&K. It's the LG versus the Aam Aadmi Party face-off over the residence when it comes to the Chief Minister. So a face-off that continues between the LG and the government of Delhi. Israel's military has said that its troops had eliminated terrorists during close-quarter encounters and in aerial strikes over the previous 24 hours, adding that 100 Hezbollah terror targets were destroyed. Aerial bombardment have been going on in Beirut, and we have my colleague Mohammad Ghazali, who is reporting from the front lines. And Hurricane Milton made landfall at about 8:30 local time in Florida as a Category 3 storm. The warning of life-threatening storm as far as the storm surge is concerned. A storm surge of 9 to 12 feet is expected, and this comes just 2 weeks after a storm that had barreled the same area of Florida. National icon Ratan Tata has died at the age of 86. He was at the Breach Candy Hospital, and it is Ratan Tata who was in critical condition and was under intense care. Tata had said on Monday that he was undergoing routine medical investigation due to his age and related medical conditions. Now, Maharashtra government has declared a day of mourning in the state to pay tributes to the industrialist. The Chief Minister's office has gone on to say, and it's Tata's mortal remains that will be kept at the National Centre for Performing Arts in South Mumbai from 10 o'clock this morning till 4 p.m. And his last rites will be performed in the Worli area of Mumbai, and that is expected later in the day. In 2008, Ratan Tata received the Padma Vibhushan, the second highest civilian honor in India, after receiving the Padma Bhushan, the third highest civilian honor, in 2000. He joined the Tata Group in 1961, where he worked on the shop floor of Tata Steel. He later succeeded J.R.D. Tata as the chairman of Tata Sons under the latter's retirement in 1991. Under his tenure, the Tata Group acquired Tetley as well as Jaguar Land Rover and other companies in an attempt to turn Tata into a largely India-centric group into a global business. The Prime Minister has condoled the death of philanthropist, and this is Ratan Tata. He has gone on to call him a visionary business leader, a compassionate soul and an extraordinary human being.
Ratan Tata, a doyen of corporate India, is no more. Born in 1937 to Naval and Sonu Tata, he was brought up by his formidable grandmother Nawajbai Tata in a manor called Tata Palace in Mumbai. Ratan Tata was born into a family of great prestige. The lineage of Jamshedji Tata, the founder of the Tata Group and an integral part of India's history. Ratan Tata was schooled at Campion Cathedral and John Connon. He was driven to school in a Rolls-Royce. Ratan Tata went to Cornell University and fell in love with America. He wanted to settle down in Los Angeles, but destiny had other plans for him. With his grandmother falling ill, he was compelled to return to India. A turbulent relationship with his father, Naval Tata, pushed Ratan Tata to apply for a job at IBM. His father was not happy. Naval Tata asked his son to tie up a resume and offered him a job with Tata Industries in 1962. He would go on to join Tisco, now called Tata Steel, in 1963. When Ratan Tata took over from his father as chairman of the Tata Group in 1991, India too was pivoting. License Raj was being revoked, the economy was being liberalized, and it was Ratan Tata's time in the sun. In the early 2000s, Ratan Tata had a string of high-profile acquisitions to his credit. Tetley, Chorus, Jaguar Land Rover and Daewoo took the Tata and Indian flag abroad. In 2008, he created history with the launch of the cheapest car in the world, the Nano, priced at 1 lakh rupees. He was also awarded the Padma Vibhushan that year. From telecom to software, manufacturing to aviation, FMCG to garments, the Tata Group has expanded across industries under Ratan Tata's watch. The conglomerate is worth over 30,000 crore rupees as of March this year. In 2008, when the Taj Hotel in Mumbai came under a terror attack, Ratan Tata showed great compassion and resilience during its aftermath. He stepped down as the chairman of Tata Sons in 2012 after 50 years and was appointed as chairman emeritus. A bitter fight with his appointed successor, Cyrus Mistry, over his handling of the group led to the ouster of Mistry. While propelling the group towards growth, he continued to indulge in his 3 loves, that is flying, fast cars and scuba diving. He was also a champion of startups and invested in successful companies like Lenskart, Urban Company, Bluestone and Ola Electric. Ratan Tata was well known to be very fond of his German shepherds Tito and Tango, and lived a simple life even as he created great wealth for fellow Indians.
Right, we have my colleague Radhika joining us to get us more on this. Radhika, of course, the Prime Minister there is talking about, the extraordinary human being, talking about how compassionate Ratan Tata was, that visionary business leader. When anyone who thinks of Ratan Tata thinks of his big heart, his compassion, his way of giving back to society. When we talk about all his work, especially, from world across, there are tributes pouring in. Sundar Pichai there talking about how, his business and philanthropic legacy was instrumental in mentoring and developing the modern business leadership in India. Talking about projects that were so close to his heart, and of course it also brings to mind what happened during 26/11 and how he took care of the people outside, even on the road. Radhika.
That's right. Ratan Tata certainly leaves behind a monumental legacy. He's been spoken of as the most compassionate human being, somebody who gave back to the society. It's not just about his industrial contributions or achievements and accomplishments, but people talk about how he believed in giving back to the society, how he believed in social causes. He stood for a lot of philanthropic activities. In fact, 60% of his shares in Tata Trust were used up for philanthropic activities, be it in the spheres of education, healthcare, or rural development. So yes, more than his industrial activities, collaborations, acquisitions, people talk about his compassion for people, his contributions to the society. At the moment, I'm standing outside his Colaba residence. Ratan Tata's mortal remains have been brought here. I will just show you what is going on. Of course, immense security, a lot of VIP movement as well. Just a while ago, we saw Sachin Tendulkar entering this residence and paying his last tributes to the visionary. You can see a number of police officials standing guard outside. We did see a Mumbai police band also entering, who will be paying tributes and homage as Ratan Tata's mortal remains will be taken from here to NCPA. NCPA is where his mortal remains will be kept for a matter of 5 hours for public viewing. People at large can visit NCPA to pay their last respects, their tributes and homage to Ratan Tata, after which, of course, the funeral will be held at Worli. We're also getting to know that Amit Shah will be representing the central government and will be paying his last tributes in person to Ratan Tata. He will be in Mumbai at about 12:31 and will perhaps be making his way to NCPA or to Worli, depending on when he exactly lands. Since last night, tributes have been pouring in. There have been outpouring of tributes. Several people, talking about the man he was, the visionary he was, the industrialist he was, his contributions, his accomplishments, something that cannot be described in a matter of few minutes. Yesterday, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Fadnavis, were at the Breach Candy Hospital where Ratan Tata breathed his last, following which even Mukesh Ambani visited the hospital post the news of Ratan Tata's passing away. Yes, people from across cross-section of people, be it industrialists, be it people within entertainment industry, sports stars, people within political circles have all been, pouring their tributes to Ratan Tata since last night. It's a tsunami of tributes that we are talking about since last night. And in the next few hours, we can expect a lot of these people making their way into either the residence or at NCPA to pay their last respects to the visionary, to Ratan Tata. Of course, Ratan Tata passing away at the age of 86. Last night is when it happened. Last night was when the official statement went out. Over the last few days, he was admitted in Breach Candy due to age-related ailments. Of course, when he was admitted, he did put out a tweet. He did put out a message asking people to not speculate, and it was just a medical checkup. However, he was in the ICU and he breathed his last, yesterday. Of course, now tributes pouring in, and people can pay last rites, pay their last respects at NCPA, where his mortal remains will be kept for a matter of 5 hours.
Right, Radhika, it feels like a personal loss for many people. Tata will be accorded a state funeral and all national flags across the government buildings will be flown at half-mast. The state has also cancelled all government events in the city.
That's right. Last rites to be performed with all state honours, public mourning, state mourning also declared for Thursday. All the government functions, events have been cancelled as a result of this loss. Now, as far as today is concerned, as I said, of course, people can pay their last rites, and which is justifiably and rightfully and expectedly so, because Ratan Tata did make a difference to the lives of people, not just to his employees or corporates or senior executives within Tata Group, but to regular people, to citizens. He, be it in the form of philanthropic activities in spheres and spaces such as education, healthcare, or a rural sector, he has made a difference to millions of people. And some of the notable accomplishments, if one have to talk about, of course there are accomplishments in terms of acquisitions, how he changed the business landscape and so on, in the form of a Tetley acquisition, Chorus acquisition, or the Jaguar Land Rover one which you were talking about. But more importantly, Tata Nano is something people still talk about, a car, an affordable car for middle class Indian, for somebody who couldn't afford or dream of a car. He made that dream come true with the launch of Tata Nano, which no other industrialist could think of. So that's one of the accomplishments that people talk about. And of course, when you speak to senior executives in Tata Group, they talk about how approachable he is, how humble he is. He's not somebody who runs behind a billionaire tag, somebody who doesn't want that tag. His, wealth creation is all about giving it back to the society. The wealth that is created, majority of which goes to all of these societal causes. So that is something that people talk about, how, his contributions were not just industrialist, within industries or expansion of Tata Group, but also for the betterment of the society. So yes, an accomplished, visionary, legendary leader, whose shoes hard to fill in at this point, but certainly, he leaves behind a monumental legacy, for the future generation.
Right, the last message that you spoke about when he tried to talk about how he was there for a regular checkup, he went on to say, thank you for thinking of me, speaking of volumes for the man that Ratan Tata has been, respected for business acumen, but also integrity. Now, moving on to more news, and a day after the assembly election results were announced, the leaders of the winning parties, the BJP in Haryana and the National Conference Congress Alliance in Jammu and Kashmir, were engaged in hectic political activity. In Haryana, the party has struck a hat-trick, and now talks are underway to ensure that the next BJP candidate has new faces, at least 7 ministers and the speaker. And in terms of, they are in fact trying to bring in fresh faces. And in Srinagar, top leaders of the National Conference and the Congress began the spade work to form the first elected government in Jammu and Kashmir in more than 6 years. They plan to announce their new chief minister in the next 2 days. And in Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir Pradesh Congress Committee President visited the house of NC President Farooq Abdullah and Vice President Umar Abdullah, and he has gone on to congratulate them on their victory. An official discussion will take place after the meeting with legislative members and alliance partners, but from what we are hearing is it is Umar Abdullah who is ready to take office. And let's get you the latest from the national capital. And 2 days after the Delhi Chief Minister moved into the Chief Minister's bungalow, she was asked to vacate the premises by officials of the Public Works Department, a department that she only heads. This marks yet another escalation in the row as far as the residence of the Chief Minister is concerned. So the Aam Aadmi Party are there claiming that Atashi moved in after taking care of all formalities, while the PWD says that an official handover of the property from Kejriwal to the department is yet to take place. Now, PWD officials have said that the house has been sealed. Meanwhile, Chandni Chowk MP Praveen Khandelwal has urged Delhi's LG in order this is to order an infrastructure audit of the former Chief Minister's residence. We have Anushka joining us. Anushka, this constant, tug of war, so to say, that continues. And here we have, the Chief Minister just moved into the residence after, taking care of all kind of formalities. But now, the problem arises in regard to this is the handover of the property from Kejriwal to the Department of PWD, and that hasn't happened, and which is why, they've sealed the property.
Well, certainly, Divya, fresh face-off can be seen between the Delhi Lieutenant Governor and the Aam Aadmi Party yet again. Right now, also in the matter of the allocation of the CM House, while Kejriwal left this CM House that is situated on Flagstaff Road last Friday, Atishi was handed over the keys. Now, according to the PWD officials, the official handover of the property to the PWD was not taken place by Kejriwal to the PWD departments, and after that, Atishi came inside the house and started living there. While PWD officials are claiming that she was in possession of the keys but not an official allotment letter. Now let me tell you this, that the LG office also, the PWD officials have also, took upon this matter that, what all has happened here was that this property was not allocated to the, now Chief Minister Atishi, but now yet also she was also seen living here. Now the Aam Aadmi Party is alleging that this is the first time when in the country the Chief Minister was forcibly removed from the CM house, and the property, the belongings of the CM was forcibly removed from this CM house. Also now the BJP has been claiming that this property has never been earmarked as the official house of the CM, and that Atishi has been allotted a house at Mathura Road, and now that she has to be she has to live there where she should be operating as the Chief Minister. But also let me tell you this, that a lot of allegations were made by the Aam Aadmi Party towards the LG that the LG is doing all of this at the behest of the BJP, and a big conspiracy is brewing, and that the Lieutenant Governor is trying to hand over this property to some big BJP leader, while there is no clarification about this from the LG office. The CM office has officially given a statement and said that this has happened for the first time in the country, where a CM that is, the elected government has been forcibly removed from the property, and now this comes in the latest row between the elected government and the bureaucracy, and a lot of people have been claiming from the Aam Aadmi Party that this has been done at the behest of BJP, and that this house is about to be allotted to a big BJP leader. Now, the big question that the BJP is raising is that a fresh inventory should be, given about this property and the handover of the property, what all this property has been entailed. Now this particular bungalow has been in controversy from last year only. CBI has been probing into the matter. Now the Directorate of Vigilance has issued show cause notice to 3 people, one being the Special Secretary to the Chief Minister and 2 other people who are from the CM staff. They have been officially given the letter, given show cause notice, and has been asked to submit the response within 7 days. Now this marks a fresh row between the elected government and the bureaucracy, and amongst all of this, the Aam Aadmi Party is clearly alleging that this is done at the behest of the BJP by the Lieutenant Governor. Back to you,
Right. Thank you so much, Anushka, for joining us with all those details. We will keep tracking that story, but switching tracks now to Israel, and the Israel offensive has expanded as far as the ground offensive in Lebanon is concerned. From Lebanon's capital Beirut, a trail of destruction as far as Lebanon's capital is concerned, with the Hezbollah firing rocket barrage at Israel. Now, the Israel Prime Minister has warned of a Gaza-like destruction in Lebanon. This comes at a time when Joe Biden has spoken with Netanyahu, and these talks have taken place after August. So, finally, some kind of conversation that's taken place between the two leaders. My colleague Ghazali, who reports from the line of, this is when we can see, in fact, NDTV reporting from Lebanon's capital, Beirut. There, let's get you a ground report.
Aerial bombardments have been going on in Beirut city, and I'll ask my camera person to come closer. Keep walking. This is the site you see here. These are the areas where the strikes have happened. These are the residential areas, and we are right now in Beirut. We are not away from the city. It is very close to the city center, and you can see these damaged areas. The report suggests, the Israeli media or the Israeli army claims that they had killed one of the commanders of Hezbollah. But we spoke to certain people here. The locals suggest that this is a residential building. They claim that perhaps it was not related anyway to the Hezbollah, because Hezbollah's stronghold is in some other part and not in the residential areas of or in the city areas of Beirut. Now, what has been happening since yesterday? We saw the deputy chief, or say the next in command, Naim Qasim of the Hezbollah, addressing the Lebanese TV channel yesterday, saying that our capacity is still intact. We have still the fighters there on the southern suburbs of Lebanon who are engaged in a ground combat with the Israeli forces. And then there were fires exchange. There has been a fierce gun battle which has been going on near the southern suburb of Beirut. But if you see here through visuals, I'll try to show you, and my camera person Adam will show you here, this is the kind of damage which has been inflicted by these aerial strikes. This is a multi-story building, and you see those damage there through the aerial strikes. People are still staying in this building. We see those damaged cars, and this has been the impact of these aerial strikes. Right now we are reporting from Nabi Yunus, an area in the south of Lebanon, and behind me, if you see, this is the kind of impact civilian buildings have been inflicted, or the kind of damage it has suffered due to the aerial strike. And right now, if you'll see here, there are people around. I'll show you through visuals that this used to be a family here, and you see these members here. This is the picture of the family which used to stay here, and what we are being told that around 5 people were killed in this aerial strike on Saturday and more than 20 injured. And right now we'll try to show you that is still the rubble is getting cleared, while the occupied territory of Palestine and its forces, the occupation forces across the border, claim that this was a house which had militants, but what we're being told that this is a civilian residential area, and aerial bombardment has just damaged this entire house here. Right now they're expecting that perhaps this will not be extended, but they also fear that the worst is yet to come. In Nabi Yunus in southern Lebanon, Mohammed Ghazali for NDTV.
Thank you, Ghazali, for getting us that report. And switching tracks now to more news coming in, and this is in regard to the Hurricane Milton that made landfall at about 8:30 in the evening on Wednesday near Siesta Key, a barrier island off the coast of Sarasota with white sand beaches. We're talking about 70 miles or 112 kilometers south of Tampa. The hurricane made a landfall as a dangerous Category 3 storm. The storm of the century is how President Biden has described that slammed into Florida's already storm-affected west coast as Category 3. So which basically means that the winds from 145 miles per hour reduced to 120 miles per hour, but it has widened as far as the surface area that it's covering, which basically means damaging winds and flooding rain is going to be impacting more area than that was expected. Right, so this because of this, the Disney World has closed. This is the 11th closure in the resort's history and a rare closure for Disney World in Florida. The hurricane has, caused major attractions. These are major tourist attractions which have closed down. So Walt Disney has put out a message saying that we continue to closely monitor the path of the hurricane for a full list of operational impacts. Of course, this basically means that the impact will continue even though the landfall has been made. It will continue to impact even areas outside the cone, outside the area of landfall. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Ratan Tata, the national icon, has passed away at the age of 86. The former chairman of the Tata Group passed away last night. Well, it is the country that is mourning the loss of that icon, which was pouring in from across the world. Haryana government formation in which the BJP is weighing in as far as the cost balance is concerned, wanting to introduce fresh faces. And in Jammu and Kashmir, a key national conference meet will be taking place, and it will be Omar Abdullah who is said to be the Chief Minister of J&K. And it is the LG versus the Aam Aadmi Party, a face-off as far as the Chief Minister's residence is concerned right after Atishi has moved into her house. Now, the PWD has gone on to say that official papers were not handed over by Kejriwal, which is why she's not allowed to stay there.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
The moment I saw it, I thought I will have to come here.
I'm loving it. An experience to remember for a lifetime.
जानू ना मुझको कैसे है पा लिया इस शहर ने लापता था मैं पहले अपना लिया इस शहर ने शोर भी लगे एक दिन की तरह हर दिन लगे एक नई सी सुबह भीड़ सी है इस डगर में लाखों सपने हैं नजर में लाखों से तेज है पर मौज सी है इस सफर पे
क्योंकि अभी एक IFP करके एक फेस्टिवल और होता है आप भी आपका भी तो IFP में सेशन था
कोई था जिसका IFP में सेशन नहीं था
I love being here, man. IFP is like home.
Feels so good to be here. Feels good to be back, you know, feels like home. It was a wonderful session and my first time at IFP has been a blast.
I loved it. I loved it. The energy in the room was absolutely brilliant.
I'm so glad to be here. It's an electric atmosphere. So many people who love films here.
It's so exciting because the audiences have been extremely warm and we have all of these amazing people over here.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life. News that informs and keeps you.
Hello and welcome. Today is World Sight Day and the theme this year is Children Love Your Eyes, as the WHO has gone on to say that it's an opportunity to draw specific attention when it comes to child eye health. This is how the screen would look for the visually impaired. Today is World Sight Day and the WHO tagline for this year, like we mentioned, is Children Love Your Eyes. So we focus on pediatric myopia that affects an estimated 5% of preschoolers and about 9% of school-age children and 30% of adolescents. Research shows that reducing screen time and spending time outdoors in order to protect the eyes of your children from developing a short-sightedness, which means that parents and caregivers and educators have a central role to play in protecting the vision of our future generation. And to get more on this, we have with us Nikhil Masurkar joining us. He is the CEO of Entor Pharmaceutical Limited, as well as we have Dr. Ranjana Mittal joining us, as well as Richa Kapoor. She is a parent of a 19-year-old and a 9-year-old. And we also have with us Dr. Shankar joining us, Dr. Varshni Shankar joining us from the Shroff Eye Clinic. Let me take my first question across to, in fact, the CEO, Mr. Nikhil Masurkar, he is representing Entor for the session. And let's just ask about how can the pharma industry contribute to the awareness when it comes to myopia and children's health issues?
Yeah, good morning. Firstly, thanks for having me on your show. So I think the pharma industry in India has a duty of care when it comes to the public and in terms of contributing towards public health. Myopia is called as the silent pandemic. The prevalence of myopia has considerably increased since the lockdowns, since the COVID pandemics. In fact, in India, it's shown that almost 1 in 4 children may have myopia. So the problem is bigger than what we think. And I think the way pharma industry can contribute is to actively run campaigns throughout the year in collaboration with eye doctors, with teachers, with students, and with parents, so that a genuine awareness is created. It should be an annual awareness program. There's a lot that can be done. For example, in our case, we do this National Myopia Week every year, which has also been very successful for us. But moving forward, I think a lot more engagements need to be done between the medical profession and the pharma industry. And I think we have a long way to go in terms of really creating the awareness.
Of course, let's just also get in Dr. Shankar here. When we talk about, like Mr. Masurkar mentioned, 1 in 4 children in India, but more than 1 in 3 children as far as the global stats are concerned. These are children and teenagers worldwide. They are short-sighted. What is the reason that we are seeing for this spike in figures?
So there are 3 main reasons for children becoming short-sighted. This may be genetic, there may be ethnic factors, but most importantly, what we can control are the environmental factors. So too much time spent indoors, too much time spent on devices, too much time spent on near activities, and not enough outdoor playtime, not enough sunlight exposure are the main reasons why myopia is increasing very rapidly in India and globally.
Let's also get in Richa Kapoor, who is a parent. When we talk about the average age at which children have started using screens, that has fallen over the past decade. Earlier, kids as little as 3 to 5 years were the ones who were, starting to use laptops or iPads or, were introduced to screen time. But now that's fallen to 12 to 18 months. So, babies as young as 1 year, 1.5 years are, glued to their laptops or glued to their iPads. Of course, it's the parents who are giving the kids these devices. How can we make parents more aware of the dangers when it comes to screen time?
I think, of course, as you mentioned, parents are the ones who actually introduce their children, and it's for small conveniences. Sometimes you just want them to finish a meal, or sometimes you just want to keep them entertained these days. The distances, the traffic, I mean, all of these become very practical problems. Their family sizes are smaller and they don't have too much company to keep them so busy. Parents are working, so you tend to resort to these things. But I think we've all seen how, especially after the pandemic, and because of increased screen time, the children have really suffered. And it's very, very important that parents should be made aware of how excessive screen time and lack of physical activity is dangerous for the children.
Right. We also have Dr. Mittal with us. When it comes to the right age, what is the right age to introduce one's child to screen time?
See, I think the right age is the school, when the children start going to school, and they should be, am I audible? I mean, like,
please go
hello?
ahead. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So I think the moment they start school, all schools should have a eye testing program for children so that we can detect myopia at an early stage. And that's what in the earlier question, we can have a role of a farmer in that. A farmer can, along with the doctors, they can run programs, preventive eye checkup programs in various schools. And that's the time we can detect at an early stage.
Right. Of course, when we talk about the impact of myopia when it comes to India, let's talk about this, as far as, the health issue is concerned. How serious is the issue here in India? Mr. Nikhil Masurkar.
So as I said, in India, right now, it's estimated that 1 in 4 children may have myopia. However, the worrying stat is, as per the current trends, it's expected that by 2050, almost 50% of our children and teens would be myopic, which would probably be in the range of 600 to 700 million children and teens. So that's a very worrying kind of estimate. We don't want to be living in a world where 1 in 2 children would be myopic by 2050. So it's I think it's a worrying fact, and I think there's a lot that can be done. I think the focus should be on digital eye wellness and kind of good tech habits, which should be inculcated into children right from the time they're very young. And I think this is where the pharma industry and the doctors together can create an impact. We started the awareness of myopia actually in 2015. At that time, it was hardly known. It wasn't such a big thing. But now it's kind of, gone almost, you can say, out of control. But the fact that we're having this here, this program, and, we have all these awareness campaigns, I think gives us hope. And I'm sure in the future, we can go a long way towards creating the right awareness. And I think children need to be on board as well, because at the end of the day, they're the ones who are going to be, potentially suffering from this.
Right. When we talk about myopia or nearsightedness, it's a condition in which distant objects are blurry, but close objects look very clear. Dr. Shankar, when we talk about the symptoms, if you could, describe for us, which is a way to, find out if one's child perhaps is suffering from short-sightedness.
So the first thing I would recommend that your child should go in for a routine eye checkup, whether they have any symptoms or not. Because children usually cannot appreciate that their vision is subnormal. What they see is what they feel is normal. So a routine checkup for early detection is a good idea. The first screening or a screening evaluation should be done at about 1 year of age, followed by a complete eye exam at 3 to 4 years of age when they are about to start school. But some symptoms which you can watch out for: one, if the parents are myopic, the children are more likely to be myopic. So you should be proactive about getting them tested early. Other than that, the child may have irritable red eyes, may rub the eyes frequently, may go close to the blackboard or board in order to copy things in the classroom. They may go very close to the TV to watch it, and they may hold books close to the eye. So these are some symptoms which you can watch out for, but a routine eye examination, a complete eye examination with a specialist is a better idea.
Right. Of course, when we talk about myopia, it typically starts very early on, early childhood, and it tends to worsen with age. When we, is it gender-based in terms of, would you say that myopia impacts girls more than, say, boys, Dr. Shankar?
So there are a few studies which show that, but rather than differentiating between girls and boys, I think we need to look at the kind of activities which the child indulges in. So if a child is very outdoorsy, spends a lot of time in sports, outdoors, doesn't have too much near work, that child is likely to be less susceptible versus a child who tends to be more introverted and more into indoor activities.
Right. Dr. Mittal, would you say a one-arm's distance should be a cardinal rule, a standard rule while screening? Would you say that, what kind of distance should one, ideally be maintaining while, say, using laptops or even televisions, as, children tend to stand very close to even big screens?
So first thing, we have to make our children aware that how they are going to use these digital screens, because there are certain rules for that, like because after the COVID and most of the school homeworks are given online. So there has to be a precautions taken, and certain thing, what is the distance of the should be there. So the precautions are that every 20 minutes they should give a break, look into distance. They should taught to blink their eyes so that they are not constantly straining. And the distance has to be like within 25 to 33 centimeters, what is the reading thing. And they have to be encouraged to play outdoors. There has been studies which shown that children who have been playing outside at least for 4 to 6 hours, which is little difficult in India because of the school pressure and homework. So, but putting less time on screens and more into outdoor activities, that can decrease the incidence of myopia in children.
Right, let's get in Richa Kapoor. Of course, as a parent, how do you encourage children from going out? Of course, there is a problem as far as the weather conditions are concerned. Sometimes pollution is a big issue. When we talk about, the dengue season which is going on. So how do you make sure that you can, encourage your children to be outdoors when there are these issues at hand as well?
Yes, it is quite challenging considering all the factors that you have just mentioned, and especially because of these children really want to stay indoors with so much more exciting stuff, that alternatives inside. But it's one very important that they have the right kind of friends in the neighborhood, and many times one has to accompany them to build in that kind of habit. Try to see what are the kind of things that they really enjoy, what are the things that they really want to do, be flexible with that time. So for example, if my son prefers scooting or just cycling and free play, I would encourage that, because that is he does not like any other sport. He plays a lot of chess, and that is an indoor activity. So I have to make a lot of effort to take him out, and these are the things that I try using. Other than that, in his room itself, I've made sure that there is ample sunlight and access to a little balcony when he wants to play.
Right. Considering the facts that the size of the homes are getting smaller, and, in fact, when it comes to little children, they need to be outdoors. They need to look, really far away in order to maintain that distance. We were just heard the doctor speak about, blinking a lot, taking a break every 20 minutes for, say, 20 seconds. What is really that rule? Dr. Shankar, if you could explain to us.
So it is called the 20-20-20 rule, which means that if your child is on a screen, make sure that they stop using the screen after 20 minutes and take a break for at least 20 seconds and look at something which is far away or 20 feet away.
Right, so every 20 minutes one needs to blink, and probably this problem is arising from what we are hearing as reports are suggesting that the children are blinking less.
So when you look at a screen, automatically you tend to blink less because you're focusing so much on the screen, which causes a lot of eye irritation. But essentially what we are looking at is reduced screen time. Overall reduced screen time, and when you are using a screen, take frequent breaks.
Right. Let me also get, Mr. Nikhil Masurkar, who's with us. Sir, if you could explain to us, from what we are seeing, according to reports, 30% as far as children are concerned, are myopic, according to 2023 reports. And that figure is only going to go up by 20, 50, 40% of the children will be myopic. How can we prevent this?
Yeah, so, as the doctors here have talked about outdoor activities for children, I think we need safe outdoor activities, safe outdoor places for children as well, where they can do a lot of their current activities, but in an outdoor setting. Like, for example, if a child likes to play chess, we can have outdoor chess as well, where they can get ample sunlight, and it's a safe haven for children as well. So I think that can be done in a crafty way, so that they don't feel that they're missing out on anything. A lot of the things they do indoor can also technically be done outdoor as well. So that is one way of doing it. And then obviously in terms of mobile phones, and making sure that the right brightness and contrast settings are looked into by parents, so that or for example, using some kind of a matte screen filter, and making sure that kids don't use a phone in the dark. So the room needs to be well lit. These days, a lot of kids are in their room, they put all the lights off, and then they, kind of check their phones. So these kind of tips need to, be discussed with parents. And, I think there is a lot that we can do. And some of the solutions are not as complicated as we think it is. It's just that we need discipline in a lot of these habits. So I talked about good tech habits, and this is not just for children, it's for all of us, really. But I think these points need to be emphasized very strongly, and it has to be done continuously all throughout the year.
Right. Dr. Mittal, of course, we just spoke about the brightness impact. Of course, that brightness aspect. How much light is an absolute must when it comes to a room, say, while watching TV? And what about the brightness levels of the device being used?
See, if the brightness should be at a level that it's not hurting the eye, because whenever the screen is very bright, it causes irritation. And in the room also, there should be a light behind the screen, but the light should not hit the eye.
Right. Of course, when we talk about the brightness factor, but also, when we talk about, should one be looking down at a screen or should one be looking up at a screen? Dr. Mittal.
That's a very important thing, like while watching any screen. One should not raise his head or her head to see the screen, because that widens your eye and you tend to get irritation and dry eyes. So the level of the screen should be below your eye level.
Right. And Dr. Shankar, screen time before bedtime can play havoc with one's sleep. What impact does the blue light have on one's eyes, and how much time before bedtime should one stop screen time?
So I think let's talk about, first of all, how much screen time a child should have depending on their age. So what you said, when should you introduce screen time? Ideal would be to delay the introduction of screens in the first place. So maybe introduce a child to a screen only after maybe 2 years of age. And between 2 and 6 years of age, restrict it to less than 1 hour per day. And those would be educational interactive videos which you are watching with your child. Right? So they are learning something from it. Over 6 years of age, it's very hard to commit to a specific number because you have to individualize it as per a child. All their daily activities are different. But it would be great if screen time can be restricted to less than 2 hours a day, all inclusive. And the larger the screen, the better. You know,
Right,
the
those are
smaller screens,
guidelines.
phones, we don't want to introduce them to phones as late as possible.
Those are guidelines that have been put out, in fact, that, a child below 2, in fact, up until at least 1 year should not be allowed screen time at all. And only after 1 to say about 2, they should be allowed only 1 hour of screen time. How impossible is this, Richa Kapoor?
Well, it is a tough thing to do, but of course, quite doable. I have some non-negotiable hard stop deadlines for my son. I do not give him the phone. We use a tab when he has to. And on weekdays, he knows that he cannot play on it more than 40 minutes. There are days when he doesn't even play at all. And in fact, I try to make sure that he's not traveling alone so that we can always, talk together, talk. And I think another very important thing is rather than just stopping them or telling them not to play, it's more about giving some better replacement for the screen. Another thing that we try to do as a family is we try to watch some shows together. So in that, there's a show, they're not watching content like reels where you are just scrolling and it's just endless, you don't know where the time is going. So when you're watching a show, you know when it starts, when it ends, you are managing the content and you are seeing it as a family.
Right. Dr. Mittal, let's talk about, does size really matter? Is it harder to focus on smaller and closer screens? Would you say in comparison to phones, one should be working on iPads and laptops or full screen televisions instead?
Phone should be avoided as far as possible because that's most accessible in the house. So the children tend to use the phones of parents or something, or any summer friend. So, but I think the larger the screen, lesser the eye strain.
Right, Mr. Nikhil Masurkar, the quality of air directly influences human health, and the cornea is the most sensitive structure in the human body. How damaging is the impact of pollution on our eyes?
Yeah, I mean, pollution, can obviously cause a lot of problems when it comes to eye health. It's a difficult thing to tackle because obviously, there is a balance there between looking at pollution and staying indoors, and on the other hand, being outdoors and getting the sunlight. So I think although pollution does have, and a lot of studies have shown it can have a damaging impact on the eyes, I think the concept of outdoor play and outdoor activities needs to be emphasized very strongly. There's not much that can be done, at least from a parents and teachers' perspective, to reduce pollution. So that is not something that we are trying to emphasize here. However, I think what is really important is that parents should make sure that their children should visit an eye doctor at least once a year,
right,
irrespective of the age, and also irrespective whether the children's eyes seem to be fine. A lot of children who have vision problems will not tell their parents. They think it's a normal thing. So you need to make sure that once a year your child visits an eye doctor. An early diagnosis of eye conditions like myopia is the key
right,
to managing it better in the future.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Masurkar, for joining us, as well as Dr. Mittal and Dr. Shankar, as well as Richa Kapoor on the broadcast with us here on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
From the heart of city in Beirut
a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from
It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you. Let's begin with the headlines we're tracking currently. The Indian business tycoon and former Tata Group chairman Ratan Tata has died. Ratan Tata has been given a guard of honor in Maharashtra. Following the BJP's decisive victory in Haryana, discussions are intensifying about the composition of the next state government. Reports suggest that Nayab Singh Saini may return as chief minister, potentially supported by two deputy chief ministers, as the caste balance is weighed by the BJP. Jammu and Kashmir, a key national conference meeting scheduled. Omar Abdullah is expected to be chosen as the chief minister. The National Conference Vice President has said the NC Congress government will pass a resolution demanding the restoration of Jammu and Kashmir statehood in its first cabinet meeting. Delhi Chief Minister Atashi has been evicted from her official residence 2 days after she moved there, the Aam Aadmi Party claimed, indicating the start of a new face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the centre. The Delhi Chief Minister's office claimed LG Vinay Saxena forcibly removed Atashi's belongings at the behest of the BJP, an allegation dismissed by the LG. Israel's military has said that its troops had eliminated terrorists during close-quarter encounters and in aerial strikes over the previous 24 hours, adding that 100 Hezbollah terror targets were destroyed. Aerial bombardments have begun and have been going on in Beirut. My colleague Mohammad Ghazali reports from the front lines. Hurricane Milton makes landfall in Florida in the United States. Reports suggest 2 hurricane-related deaths in Florida County. Industrialist Ratan Tata, who died at the age of 86, will be cremated with full state honours. The state government has also declared a day of mourning today to honour the late industrialist. Mr. Tata, who took over the reins of the Tata Group back in 1991, was instrumental in the conglomerate's accusation of international firms such as Chorus and Jaguar Land Rover. He expanded the group's influence across multiple sectors, from steel and automotive to information technology. Recipient of the Padma Vibhushan, Mr. Tata retired in 2012, but he continued to guide the group and remained active in philanthropy. His death has drawn an outpouring of grief and tributes from across the country and around the world.
Ratan Tata, a doyen of corporate India, is no more. Born in 1937 to Naval and Sonu Tata, he was brought up by his formidable grandmother Nawajbai Tata in a manor called Tata Palace in Mumbai. Ratan Tata was born into a family of great prestige. The lineage of Jamshedji Tata, the founder of the Tata Group and an integral part of India's history. Ratan Tata was schooled at Campion Cathedral and John Connon. He was driven to school in a Rolls-Royce. Ratan Tata went to Cornell University and fell in love with America. He wanted to settle down in Los Angeles, but destiny had other plans for him. With his grandmother falling ill, he was compelled to return to India. A turbulent relationship with his father, Naval Tata, pushed Ratan Tata to apply for a job at IBM. His father was not happy. Naval Tata asked his son to tie up a resume and offered him a job with Tata Industries in 1962. He would go on to join Tisco, now called Tata Steel, in 1963. When Ratan Tata took over from his father as chairman of the Tata Group in 1991, India too was pivoting. License Raj was being revoked, the economy was being liberalized, and it was Ratan Tata's time in the sun. In the early 2000s, Ratan Tata had a string of high-profile acquisitions to his credit. Tetley, Chorus, Jaguar Land Rover and Daewoo took the Tata and Indian flag abroad. In 2008, he created history with the launch of the cheapest car in the world, the Nano, priced at 1 lakh rupees. He was also awarded the Padma Vibhushan that year. From telecom to software, manufacturing to aviation, FMCG to garments, the Tata Group has expanded across industries under Ratan Tata's watch. The conglomerate is worth over 30,000 crore rupees as of March this year. In 2008, when the Taj Hotel in Mumbai came under a terror attack, Ratan Tata showed great compassion and resilience during its aftermath. He stepped down as the chairman of Tata Sons in 2012 after 50 years and was appointed as chairman emeritus. A bitter fight with his appointed successor, Cyrus Mistry, over his handling of the group led to the ouster of Mistry. While propelling the group towards growth, he continued to indulge in his 3 loves, that is flying, fast cars and scuba diving. He was also a champion of startups and invested in successful companies like Lenskart, Urban Company, Bluestone and Ola Electric. Ratan Tata was well known to be very fond of his German shepherds Tito and Tango, and lived a simple life even as he created great wealth for fellow Indians.
I'm sure you'd agree that it's a rare privilege to have witnessed the legacy of someone as visionary as Ratan Tata. In fact, his passing leaves behind an immense void, not just in the corporate world, but in the heart of our nation. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy joins us with a quick update from Mr. Tata's residence. Radhika, Mr. Tata's body will be kept at the National Centre for Performing Arts from now till about 4 p.m. this afternoon, where people can pay their last respects.
That's right. Ratan Tata, his mortal remains will be kept at NCPA just about a few minutes back, his mortal remains were taken away from his residence where I was, and now, of course, we're on our way to NCPA where his mortal remains will be kept for people to view and pay tribute to for the next 5 hours. From 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. is when the mortal remains will be kept for public viewing. Of course, we are expecting people from a cross-section of industries as well as those from political circles and common man to pay their tribute, pay their honor to the legendary visionary industrialist, of course, Ratan Tata, leaving behind a huge legacy. Nation paying tribute, nation mourning the loss. There had been outpouring of tribute since last night, be it Prime Minister of the country, President of the country, cabinet ministers, and of course people from the entertainment and sports circle, and several from the industries paying their tributes and talking about his achievements, accomplishments, how he was not just an industrialist, how he gave back to the society, how he was a philanthropist par excellence, or something that is being spoken about across all circles. So he was not just a business leader, but also somebody who was committed to the society. A visionary leader who was a respected industrial, an icon, a legend is how people remember Ratan Tata as, which is why people will be paying their last respects. Of course, thousands of people will be gathering at NCPA is what we expect from a cross-section of sectors. We did see Sachin Tendulkar offering his tributes this morning. Yesterday, of course, Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister were also at Breach Chandri, where Ratan Tata breathed his last. In fact, Ratan Tata, of course, his priorities, as people say, remain firmly rooted in ethical leadership and community welfare. It was not just about expanding industries, not just about acquisitions and accomplishments, within the Tata Group, but people very often talk about how he believed in doing well for the people at large, for the middle class, for the poor. How he can bring difference to the society, something he often speaks about, and that was something he was committed towards, and this is why he's one of the most admired, one of the most respected industrialists till date, and a legacy which will inspire millions of people, especially the younger generation in the future.
Right, but interestingly, Radhika, Mr. Tata, despite his immense influence and control over more than 30 companies operating in about 100 countries across 6 continents, he never appeared on any list of billionaires, right?
Well, not really. So he did not chase the billionaire list as something people often talk about, something he speaks in interviews, that he's not behind wealth and money. The wealth creation of Tata Group, Tata Sons was all about giving it back to the society, which is why, a significant portion of the group's wealth is held by charitable trusts that support various social causes that I've been talking about, including education and care, as well as rural development. 65% of his shares in Tata Sons going to charitable causes. So Tata Group is built differently. A group which believes in contributing to the society at large, to the public at large, funding education, healthcare, social development projects, all that had been Ratan Tata's focus. So therefore, he had been a devoted philanthropist and devoting, as I said, dedicating significant portion of his wealth to Tata Trust to fund all of these causes, to donate to many of these causes. We know there is Tata Institute of Social Science, which is his project, Aga Khan Hospital, another project of his, and also one of the recent dream projects of his, which is the Animal Hospital. Small Animal Hospital was one of his pet projects that was one of his biggest accomplishments of late. So yes, this is what people talk about more than his, business acumen and industrial expansion. It is his philanthropic activities that people often talk about and that he is known and respected for.
Right, Mr. Tata was known for his modest lifestyle, which stood in stark contrast to his vast business empire. That's something many have highlighted time and again. But industry titan Ratan Tata, who died at the age of 86 last evening, will be cremated with full state honours. In fact, the national flag will be flown at half-mast across government offices in Maharashtra as a mark of respect. Radhika, we are told many events scheduled for today have also been cancelled. Right, we will just reconnect with my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy. But Mr. Tata's body will be kept at the National Centre for Performing Arts in Mumbai's Nariman Point from about 10:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. today, where people can pay their last respects. The cremation will take place at the Worli area later in the day. We are told that Amit Shah will also attend the funeral as Prime Minister Modi left for Laos to attend the ASEAN, India and East Asia summits. For now, let's turn our attention to Haryana. Well, a day after the assembly election results were announced, the leaders of the winning parties, the BJP in Haryana and the National Conference Congress Alliance in Jammu and Kashmir, were engaged in hectic political activity. In Haryana, the party has struck a hat-trick and now talks are underway to ensure the next BJP cabinet has new faces. At least 7 ministers and the speaker have lost elections. In fact, discussions are intensifying about the composition of the next state government in Haryana. Well, reports so far indicate that Nayab Singh Saini may return as chief minister, potentially supported by 2 deputy chief ministers. But murmurs that a political calculation being considered to appoint a Dalit as the deputy chief minister, they are doing the rounds. However, we are still waiting to pick up on what official sources inform us. Right, so in Haryana, a day after the assembly election results were announced, the leaders of the winning parties, in fact, the BJP in Haryana and the National Conference Congress Alliance in Jammu and Kashmir, they were engaged in hectic political activity. My colleague Gurpreet Singh Chinna has been tracking all that's happening in Haryana. In fact, he joins us live at the moment. Gurpreet, discussions are intensifying about the composition of the next state government. In fact, reports are suggesting that Nayab Singh Saini may return as the chief minister with 2 deputy chief ministers. What are you picking up on? What can you report?
Well, of course, this can be one of the best calculation for the BJP when they are going to form the government. What we have learned, Nayab Singh Saini, and there will be 2 deputy chief minister within Haryana. We have seen there are a lot of MLAs who are senior to Nayab Singh Saini, and somewhere down the lane, what we have learned from the sources within the BJP, they don't want to work under Nayab Singh Saini. That is one of the main reasons why the party high command is deciding such type of calculation here in formation of Haryana government. We have seen Anil Vij, he was able to win this time also, and he was able to win 7th time as an MLA. So he's the senior to him, and so many times we have seen during the election campaign, he had already claimed he should be chief minister if the party high command allows him to be the chief minister of the state. So somewhere down the lane, we have seen urban voters had contributed a lot, and specifically in Gurgaon and the other Faridabad, Panipat area, there is a huge margin of the votes, and BJP doesn't want to lose this vote bank at all, and that is also one of the reasons they are trying to pick up some top leaders from there so that proper representation should be given. So let's wait for some time. After that, there will be clarity. We have seen only 2 ministers in Nayab Singh Saini cabinet was able to win the election. So this is not a very difficult and challenging for the BJP to make all these adjustments. They are also trying to make all the adjustment of caste, even religion wise, so that they will be able to make a proper balance in the cabinet.
And considered to appoint a Dalit as the deputy chief minister, as this caste has come back to the BJP fold, especially the non-Jatav Dalits. What are you hearing and what can you report regarding that?
Well, yes, because we have seen that was the challenge for the BJP, and we have seen 20% Dalit vote bank in Haryana, and that was tough for the BJP in Lok Sabha elections. We have seen the BJP when they lost 5 seats in the various constituency as a member parliament in Lok Sabha. After that, they had made up a mind to just try to woo all the Dalit vote bank, and that could be one of the main reasons why they they are deciding that there should be 2 deputy chief minister and there should be a proper balance within the state government, and no community, no religion should put a question mark over this cabinet which they are going to form, and that is a possible reasons why there is a delay, and the party high command is taking all the feedback from the state leaders and from the MLAs also, so that there should not be any rebellion within the party, and there should not be infighting over any portfolio within the state when they are going to form the government in Haryana. Back to studio.
Thanks so much, as always, Gurpreet Singh Chinna, for joining us with the latest. Meanwhile, in Srinagar, top leaders of the National Conference and the Congress began the spade work to form the first elected government in Jammu and Kashmir in more than 6 years. Now, they plan to announce their new chief minister in the next 2 days. In Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir Pradesh Congress Committee President Tariq Karra visited the house of NC President Farooq Abdullah and Vice President Omar Abdullah. Meanwhile, the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha said the Constitution of India was a guiding light and urged all to work together on the growth of the state and the welfare of the people. My colleague Nazir Masoodi is tracking all the latest developments for us. He joins us over the phone line at the moment. Nazir, the NC will hold its legislative party meeting today and will meet with its allies in the Congress tomorrow?
Well, today at around 12:30, National Conference will be holding its meeting of the legislative party, and where they will elect their leader. And that is clear, understandably, Omar Abdullah will be the leader. It's expected that some estate members, those independents who are joining NC, will be also, some of them will be also joining the meeting. After National Conference Legislative Party meeting, it's expected there would be the meeting of alliance partners, which including 6 members of the Congress, and also this CPIM, M.Y. Tarigami. He's also expected to attend that meeting. That can happen today or tomorrow. Then with the letter of support, the leader of the ruling alliance would be, will be going to this Raj Bhavan and stake the claim for the government formation. It may take few days, but today's meeting is very important. National Conference holding its legislative party meeting to, elect its leader, and then there would be the meeting of the alliance partners before they stake the claim. For the last 24 hours, we have seen National Conference reaching out to these independent members. Some of them were actually party rebels who contested independents as independent candidates and won, because they didn't get the party ticket due to the seat-sharing arrangements with the Congress. So some of them are actually coming back, returning. For example, Pyare Lal from Inderwal in Naushera, he contested as independent. Yesterday, he joined back National Conference. There are 3-4 other members who will be joining, and if all these are joining today, which means NC will have the majority on its own. It has 142 seats. It had 5-4 independents who are rebels, party rebels. If they get those numbers, that means they can form a government without the Congress, but they have a pre-poll alliance, so Congress will be part of that, but it will not have any bargaining power. But so telling us that Congress may get 1 berth in the Council of Ministers in the cabinet, and all the other would be the National Conference members in the Council of Ministers. So the Council of Ministers would be around 11 and 9 or 10 members. But for now, it is today's all eyes on National Conference's legislative party meeting, which will be held at the NC headquarters at Nawai Subha in Srinagar at around 12:30.
As always, Nazir, thanks so much for joining us with all the calculations and taking us through all the aspects of the story. Let's revert to the big story we're tracking. Well, industrialist Ratan Tata, who died at the age of 86 in a Mumbai hospital, will be cremated with full state honours. Mr. Tata was known for his modest lifestyle, which actually stood in stark contrast to his vast business empire. The state government in Maharashtra has also declared a day of mourning today to honour the late industrialist. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy is joining us with the latest details at the moment. She's at the NCPA, I'm told, the premises there. Radhika, Mr. Tata's death, as we've been discussing, it marks the end of an era in Indian business where a man reshaped the country's industrial landscape and also catapulted his family-owned conglomerate into an absolute global powerhouse.
Absolutely. Ratan Tata's death, is of course a huge loss as far as, industry is concerned, as far as philanthropy is concerned. This is, of course, a mammoth loss, which is why there is outpouring of tributes from across the nation. We saw the kind of tributes that had been pouring in via social media. There had been people within the industry, within the sports circle, within the entertainment circle and political circle who had been paying their tributes to the visionary man Ratan Tata. Of course, he's left a monumental legacy behind, no doubt about it. Of course, I'm standing at NCPA where his mortal remains are kept. From 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. is when the public at large can pay their last tributes and honor to the leader, to the visionary. As you can see, thousands of people have already gathered here. People from, Tata Group, Tata Sons, Tata Trust, people from across industries, multiple industrialists, people from the entertainment circle as well, from the political circle as well, gathering here to pay their last tributes, to pay their homage to Ratan Tata, whose mortal remains have been kept right at the center. Of course, this is a media gallery where we are standing, from where we can get you these visuals of Ratan Tata's last moments here. There was, of course, homage paid outside his residence as well in the form of a state homage. Of course, he has been, the last rites were performed with state honors, will continue to be performed with state honors. In traditional Parsi tradition is how the last rites will be conducted, not just here but also at the Worli crematorium as well, in traditional Parsi customs, the funeral as well as the last procession will happen. Of course, to talk about Ratan Tata, the man himself, one cannot talk about his accomplishments, achievements, in a span of 5 minutes or in a span of 10 minutes. It lasts several decades. He has left a legacy behind, something which is irreplaceable as far as, Indian industry is concerned. And more than a corporate leader, more than an industrialist par excellence, he was a philanthropist par excellence. People talk about, his contributions to the society, how he gave back to the society, how he helped the poor, the downtrodden, the middle class, in the form of hospitals, healthcare centers, educations, trusts, and rural development. So these are things, these are contributions that people often talk about. And Ratan Tata, more often than not, speaks about how he was committed to the greater cause of the society. He was not behind the billionaire tag or the billionaire list. He was never known as a billionaire. However, what his to the society, to the people at large. I mean, one can talk about his acquisitions, be it acquisitions of, multiple industries, be it Tetley Tea, Chorus Steel or Jaguar Land Rover acquisitions. People, often speak about these accomplishments. But besides these accomplishments, there are, certain contributions that he's made in the form of Aga Khan Hospital, Tata Institute of Social Science, and very recently, due to his love and passion for animals and pets and canines in general, he built a hospital for animals in South Bombay, which was his last dream project that he built a few months back. So that is also something being spoken about. So, his humble roots, or rather his humble demeanor gets spoken about a lot. The fact that, he has mentored a lot of youngsters. He was always approachable as something people within the industry, people within the Tata Group, executives in Tata Group, many youngsters in Tata Group talk about how he's approachable, how he's unassuming, how he is humble, and always has the time to sort of mentor young entrepreneurs or young professionals, and also speaks about, many speak about his witty demeanor as well. Of course, he's quiet, he's shy, he's unassuming is something that, people often speak about when, people talk about his body language as well as his demeanor over the last several decades. But one thing that really stands out, he may be an industrialist par excellence. He may have achieved, quite a lot in terms of the expansion of Tata Group in itself in the form of, Tata Steel expansion or, Tata Consultancy Services global expansion, or even in terms of all these acquisitions within Tata Motors. But more often than not, people, talk about his philanthropic activities, about what he did for the common man. One of the classic examples is, of course, of Tata Nano, the launch of Tata Nano, the car for the middle class for the lower middle class. The fact that there was a time when people, middle class, couldn't think of affording a car. That is a dream that came true for millions of Indians, and that is something that was a reality of Ratan Tata. That was a dream come true for millions of Indians as a result of Ratan Tata's contribution, as he thought of every section of the society, something that perhaps many industrialists do not think of. That's the popular opinion. So yes, I am at the NCPA, where, as you can see, thousands have gathered here to pay their last tributes, last respects to the man, to the industrialist, to the man who has done a lot for the nation, for the society at large. And we know for a fact that over 65% of his shares in Tata Sons go to charitable trusts. So that is something very unique to Tata Group, that a significant portion of the group's wealth is kept for charities, kept for social causes. The public viewing of mortal remains of Ratan Tata will end at about 4 p.m, after which his mortal remains will be taken to Worli Crematorium, and which is where the cremation will take place, which is where the last rites will take place in Parsi traditions. So we will wait for a few more hours. We'll, of course, get you all the updates as far as, Ratan Tata's last journey is concerned. Now, we also know for a fact that Amit Shah will also be visiting and paying his tributes in a few hours from now. Amit Shah will be representing the central government and will be paying his last tributes, and we will, in a couple of hours, see VIPs, celebrities, sports stars, politicians making a beeline to pay their last respects to the man, to the visionary Ratan Tata.
Well, as always, Radhika Ramaswamy, thank you so much for joining us with what's going on in Mumbai at the moment. As Ratan Tata said, you may not always have a comfortable life and you may not always be able to solve all the world's problems, but don't ever underestimate the importance you can have, because history has shown us that courage can be contagious and hope can take on a life of its own. A multi-religious prayer going on as thousands pay their respects and rich tributes to the titan Ratan Tata as he takes a final bow. With that, let's get you the latest from the national capital. 2 days after the Delhi Chief Minister Atashi moved into the Chief Minister's bungalow, she was asked to vacate the premises by officials of the Public Works Department, a department that she only heads. This marks yet another escalation in the row around the Chief Minister's residence. The Aam Aadmi Party claims Atashi moved in after taking care of formalities, while the PWD says an official handover of the property from Kejriwal to the department is yet to take place. PWD officials said the house has been sealed. Meanwhile, Praveen Khandelwal, the Chandni Chowk MP, has urged Delhi's Lieutenant Governor to order an infrastructure audit of former Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence. My colleague Anushka Garg is tracking the latest developments for us. She joins us live at the moment. Anushka, yet another face-off within 2 days of moving in. Atashi has been asked to vacate the premises and the premises have been sealed now?
Well, certainly after, shifting into this house, 2 days only, the Chief Minister Atishi stayed here, and then she was asked to vacate the premises by the PWD department that she only heads. Now the PWD has been claiming that an official handover has not been made by Arvind Kejriwal to the PW, and that the house keys is still in the possession of Atishi, and she is not in a possession of the official and fresh allocation letter. Now let me tell you this, that the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party is also facing a lot of political heat around this official bungalow that is situated on 6 Flagstaff Road. The BJP has been claiming that the Aam Aadmi Party is hiding something inside the bungalow. That is why they are so anxious to, move inside the house so early without even handing over the property to the PWD for the cleaning and fresh allocation. While the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that the official handover had been made, and Atishi has moved into this house after all the formalities were taken care of. Now the Aam Aadmi Party is also claiming, also accusing that the Lieutenant Governor of the Delhi is doing all of this at the behest of BJP. Now the PWD has said that the official allocation has not been made. The fresh allocation is yet to be made, and the Arvind Kejriwal, when he left this house, he never gave the keys back to the PWD. The official handover was not made. Now the Directorate of Vigilance has offered issued 3 show cause notice to the people who are working in the camp office and also the special secretary to the CM, stating that despite asking for the official handover, why was the keys not been given to the PWD for the cleaning and fresh allocation of this whole CM house. Now the BJP is also saying, and also the show cause notice states that this whole bungalow has not been earmarked as the official residence of the Chief Minister of Delhi. While Atishi was living in a bungalow and the fresh allocation was not made to her, then what was the hurry for Atishi to shift into this bungalow? And right now also we are seeing that the Aam Aadmi Party is constantly accusing the BJP and the Lieutenant Governor that this all is being done for the first time, and never before in the history of India has a Chief Minister been asked to left the house and has forcibly been removed from the house that they are yet to move into. And now also the Lieutenant Governor has said that this house will be allocated to Atishi once the formalities has been taken care of, once the allocation has been made. And now also the BJP is asking that a whole about this whole house, the that fresh allocation should be made, and that Atishi, if she wants to move inside this house, she has to wait for the formalities to take place, and a proper inventory should be made public as to what all is inside this house. And because we also see that this house has always been in the center of controversy since last year. This year also we are seeing that after Arvind Kejriwal passed on the baton to Atishi, the Lieutenant Governor has also said that the fresh allocation has not been made, and that after the allocation will be made, then only Atishi can move inside this house. While the Aam Aadmi Party is accusing the Lieutenant Governor that this is a conspiracy to give this bungalow to a big BJP leader. While the LG office has not given any official statement regarding this whole matter, we can still see a fresh row of confrontation that is happening between the elected government and the bureaucracy. Back to studio.
Another face-off yet again between the Lieutenant Governor and the Aam Aadmi Party. Thank you so much, Anushka, for joining us with the latest details. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Up next, there are reports of 2 hurricane-related deaths in the US and Florida. All the details are lined up for you, not just about this, but also the Prime Minister's touchdown in Laos. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
Welcome back. Hurricane Milton has made landfall near Florida as a Category 3 storm with 120 miles per hour sustained winds. There are also reports that there have been 2 deaths. Scientists actually define landfall as the moment the eye of the hurricane moves over the coast, although the approach of the eye wall in the hours before can be more devastating. But officials in Florida have warned that this hurricane, the third in just a short period of time, it can cause a lot of devastation and also flooding in certain areas.
Stay inside and stay off the roads. Floodwaters and rushing storm surge are very dangerous. And I would say that's even more so in spite of everything the state did to help these local communities hit by Helene remove a lot of debris, and they did move a lot of debris over the last 72 hours. You're going to have new debris created, and you still have some of that old debris in some of those places. So there's going to be hazards in the storm surge and in the flood waters. Stay put until the storm is past.
Meanwhile, Walt Disney said that it will shut its theme park for today, joining other major Orlando attractions preparing for disruptions as Hurricane Milton approaches the state. In fact, it made landfall earlier this morning. Florida, which is a top global tourism destination, is home to major theme parks like Disney World, Universal Orlando Resort, and SeaWorld Entertainment as well. But I must mention that a Goldman Sachs report just released projected that Disney is likely to take a 9-figure hit financially from this storm. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has said that if he gets back into office, that's if he wins the November 5th election in the United States, he could help develop war-torn Gaza into a place better than Monaco. Take a look at the details.
Donald Trump's understanding of Middle East geography is under fresh scrutiny.
after he asserted that he had visited Gaza, despite there being no proof of him ever going to the conflict-ridden Palestinian area. He even suggested Gaza could be rebuilt better than Monaco, the Mediterranean haven for the super-rich. The Republican presidential candidate made the comments in an interview with conservative radio host Hugh Hewitt, who asked him whether the coastal enclave, devastated by Israel's year-long military offensive, could be another Monaco if it was rebuilt the right way. Trump, a former real estate developer, claimed he had been there and described Gaza as a rough place. However, the New York Times reported that there is no record of his visiting Gaza, either during his presidency or as a businessman. A campaign official meanwhile clarified that Trump was actually referring to Israel, which he visited, along with the West Bank in 2017. Asked to provide further explanation, a Trump campaign spokesperson responded in an email statement that the former US president has been to Gaza previously, although she did not say when. Trump's comments on Gaza's potential echo those made by his son-in-law, a former advisor and Middle East envoy during his presidency, who was criticized for describing waterfront property in the territory as very valuable and suggesting that Israel remove civilians while cleaning it up. More than 40,000 Palestinians have been killed and at least 75% of the enclave's population of 2.3 million displaced. The United Nations and World Bank have estimated the cost of rebuilding Gaza's critical infrastructure in April at $18.5 billion. Trump has repeatedly attempted to paint himself as Israel's protector during his campaign, claiming the October 7 attacks would not have happened if he were in office. But the Republican presidential nominee has also drawn accusations of anti-Semitism by saying that Jewish voters would have a lot to do with the loss if he were to suffer a defeat in next month's election. Parmeshwar Bava for NDTV World.
In other news, Chinese stocks have suffered their worst fall in 27 years after efforts by Beijing to stimulate the world's second largest economy disappointed investors. In fact, stock markets in Asia fell sharply after China's top economic planning authority failed to announce further measures in order to improve flagging growth. In other news, scientists John Hopfield and Geoffrey Hinton won the 2024 Nobel Prize in Physics for discoveries and inventions that enable machine learning within artificial neural networks. This award comes with a prize sum of $1.1 million, by the way, which is shared between the winners if there are several. Let's get you the latest from the United States at the moment. The hurricane that's currently wreaking havoc there, Milton, has made landfall near Florida as a Category 3 storm with 120 miles per hour sustained winds. Scientists define landfall as the moment the eye of the hurricane moves over the coast, although the approach of the eye wall in the hours before can be more devastating. And this has caused the closure of major tourist attractions in Florida as well, as they brace to save themselves from this Category 3 storm. 1.5 million people are without power as far as Florida County is concerned, as Milton lashes Florida with dangerous flooding. And let's revert to the big story we're tracking. Industrialist Ratan Tata, who died at the age of 86 in a Mumbai hospital, will be cremated with full state honors. In fact, I'm told a multi-religious prayer session was going on as thousands are in attendance. The state government has also declared a day of mourning to honor the late industrialist.
Ratan Tata, a doyen of corporate India, is no more. Born in 1937 to Naval and Sonu Tata, he was brought up by his formidable grandmother Navajbai Tata in a manor called Tata Palace in Mumbai. Ratan Tata was born into a family of great prestige. The lineage of Jamshedji Tata, the founder of the Tata Group and an integral part of India's history. Ratan Tata was schooled at Campion Cathedral and John Connon. He was driven to school in a Rolls-Royce. Ratan Tata went to Cornell University and fell in love with America. He wanted to settle down in Los Angeles, but destiny had other plans for him. With his grandmother falling ill, he was compelled to return to India. A turbulent relationship with his father, Naval Tata, pushed Ratan Tata to apply for a job at IBM. His father was not happy. Naval Tata asked his son to tie up a resume and offered him a job with Tata Industries in 1962. He would go on to join Tisco, now called Tata Steel, in 1963. When Ratan Tata took over from his father as chairman of the Tata Group in 1991, India too was pivoting. License Raj was being revoked, the economy was being liberalized, and it was Ratan Tata's time in the sun. In the early 2000s, Ratan Tata had a string of high-profile acquisitions to his credit. Tetley, Chorus, Jaguar Land Rover and Daewoo took the Tata and Indian flag abroad. In 2008, he created history with the launch of the cheapest car in the world, the Nano, priced at 1 lakh rupees. He was also awarded the Padma Vibhushan that year. From telecom to software, manufacturing to aviation, FMCG to garments, the Tata Group has expanded across industries under Ratan Tata's watch. The conglomerate is worth over 30,000 crore rupees as of March this year. In 2008, when the Taj Hotel in Mumbai came under a terror attack, Ratan Tata showed great compassion and resilience during its aftermath. He stepped down as the chairman of Tata Sons in 2012 after 50 years and was appointed as chairman emeritus. A bitter fight with his appointed successor, Cyrus Mistry, over his handling of the group led to the ouster of Mistry. While propelling the group towards growth, he continued to indulge in his 3 loves, that is flying, fast cars and scuba diving. He was also a champion of startups and invested in successful companies like Lenskart, Urban Company, Bluestone and Ola Electric. Ratan Tata was well known to be very fond of his German shepherds Tito and Tango, and lived a simple life even as he created great wealth for fellow Indians.
Well, Ratan Tata played a significant role in boosting domestic business. He had consolidated his group stake in various companies. In fact, at one point of time in Tata Steel, the Birlas actually had more stake. However, Tata Sons increased its stake to 33.19% in the steel maker. Over the years, the group's turnover and market capitalization rose as multiple companies moved for expansion and acquisition. But during his tenure, Tata Motors started manufacturing passenger cars. It was actually Ratan Tata who took the initiative for the TCS listing on the stock exchange back in 2004, which eventually became the second most valuable company on the bourses. Radhika Ramaswamy is reporting live from Mumbai at the moment. She joins us live from NCPA. Right, we are waiting for her to join us live from Mumbai NCPA. But just a little more about the tycoon, the titan, the legend, Ratan Tata. During his tenure, Tata Motors started manufacturing passenger cars. He was the one who took the initiative for the TCS listing on the stock exchange back in 2004 as well. Ratan Tata will be cremated with full state honours. The national flag will be flown at half-mast across government offices in Maharashtra as a mark of respect. In fact, Sharad Pawar is also present there, as we can see through the visuals at the moment.
thousands have turned up to pay rich tributes and their respects to Ratan Tata. Mr. Tata's impact on the global business landscape cannot be overstated, and his commitment to ethical leadership will continue to inspire those who follow in his footsteps for generations. In fact, as I said earlier, as Ratan Tata used to say, you may not always have a comfortable life and you may not always be able to solve all the world's problems, but don't ever underestimate the importance you can have, because history has shown us that courage can be contagious and hope can take on a life of its own. Radhika Ramaswamy joining us live from NCPA at the moment. Radhika, just a few moments ago, we saw a multi-religious prayer ceremony. We also told that Sharad Pawar is now there in attendance. What details can you disclose from NCPA where you are currently?
That's right. Multi-religious ceremony is what is happening here. NCPA is where I'm standing, where public can pay their tributes. From 10 a.m. it began until 4 p.m. public are making their way to pay their last rites, last tributes, honor to Ratan Tata, the visionary who passed away last night. Of course, post this is when the funeral will take place. His mortal remains will be taken to a crematorium in Worli, where, true Parsi tradition, he will be cremated. Now, as far as the schedule or itinerary for the day is concerned, yes, his mortal remains were kept at the hospital till last night, and then it was brought to his home, and now at NCPA, where people can pay their tributes, after which it will be taken to Worli crematorium. Of course, as you can see, in these visuals, thousands of people have gathered here. Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule also paying their tributes to the visionary leader there. People from a cross-section of sectors have gathered here to pay their last tribute. This is the last journey of 86-year-old Ratan Tata, who passed away yesterday as a result of age-related ailments. These are the visuals from NCPA. Of course, tight security arrangement also. People from the industrial circle, people from within Tata Trust, Tata Group have gathered here to pay their last respects. And the queues are quite long. There are thousands of people, general public, who've come here to pay their tributes, to pay their honor and their respect to Ratan Tata. To talk about the man himself, of course, he's a visionary, an industrialist par excellence, more than that, a philanthropist who believed in giving back to the society. So he's not just known as somebody who's accomplished in the industrial sector across various sectors within the industry, be it motors or steel or aviation or hospitality, but as somebody who believed in contributing to the greater good of the society, which is why he's a beloved leader, a beloved businessman, a beloved visionary for people, much admired, much respected by people from all spheres of the society. People often, talk about his philanthropic activities. The Aga Khan Hospital that he built, Tata Institute of Social Science he built, his contribution to education, his contribution to healthcare, his contribution to rural development. All that is something that gets spoken about time and again. Of course, industrial acquisitions, accomplishments get spoken about, be it the Land Rover Jaguar deal, the Chorus deal, or the Tata Tetley deal, the massive global acquisitions. But more than that, it is his charitable contributions that get spoken about.
And
which is why...
Radhika, I sincerely apologize, I'm interrupting you. We are yet to take a quick break. Do stay on with us for the latest from the NCPA, what's happening there. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. Back in a moment with much more. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Sundar Pichai has posted saying, "My last meeting with Ratan Tata at Google, we talked about the progress of Waymo and his vision was inspiring to hear. He leaves an extraordinary business and philanthropic legacy and was instrumental in mentoring and developing the modern business leadership in India." In fact, Mr. Pichai has further added on X, he deeply cared about making India better. Deep condolences to his loved ones and rest in peace, Ratan Tata ji.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that
National icon and industry legend Ratan Tata, the Indian business tycoon and the former Tata Group chairperson, has died. Ratan Tata has died at the age of 86. He will be given full state honours. Home Minister Amit Shah will be there to attend the funeral, as the Prime Minister is not going to be in the country. Haryana government formation and the BJP weighs cost balance, while the Congress, after the party's huge setback in Haryana, met the Election Commission and registered a strong complaint alleging the electronic voting machines have been hacked. Key national conference meeting to take place, and Omar Abdullah set to become the new Chief Minister of J&K. Aam Aadmi Party versus the centre again, with the Delhi Chief Minister Atashi has been evicted from her official residence 2 days after she moved in. Israel's military has said its troops had eliminated terrorists during close-quarter encounters and in aerial strikes over the previous 24 hours, adding that 100 Hezbollah terror targets have been destroyed. Aerial bombardments have been going on, and NDTV's Mohammad Ghazali reports from the front lines. Hurricane Milton made a landfall in Florida as this is Category 3 storm which continues to impact Florida, and the impact will be felt for hours to come as flooding rain and damaging winds continue. National icon and legendary Ratan Tata, the industrialist who died at the age of 86 in a Mumbai hospital, will be cremated with full estate owners. The state government has declared a day of mourning today to honor the late industrialist. And let's just listen in to Piyush Goyal, who is speaking on the legend. Ratan Tata's body has been kept at the National Centre for Performing Arts in Mumbai's Nariman Point till 4 o'clock this evening. People can pay their last respects. The cremation will take place at Worli later in the day, where Home Minister Amit Shah will be present.
एक्सपेंशन भी हो रही है, अब वहाँ पे मेडिकल कॉलेज बनने जा रहा है और एक ऐसा अस्पताल जिसके लोग कभी रतन टाटा जी को जानते नहीं थे, कुछ नहीं थे, लेकिन उनकी सेवाभावी चरित्र को देखकर रतन जी ने रत्ती भर भी सोचा नहीं, सीधा पैसा दे दी। मुझे याद है जब कोविड की महामारी ने देश को इतने तकलीफ में डाला, तब हमारी एक बातचीत चल रही थी कैसे भारत के उद्योग जगत के लोग मदद कर सकते हैं। तो रतन टाटा जी ने एक मिनट झिझक नहीं की, सीधा कहा कि टाटा ग्रुप 1500 करोड़ रुपए कोविड की लड़ाई के लिए सरकार के साथ जुड़ के खर्चा करेगा, बिना कुछ वापस सामने किसी प्रकार का कोई कंडीशन रखे 1500 करोड़ रुपए उन्होंने कमिट कर दिए कोविड की लड़ाई के लिए, जिसमें से 500 करोड़ रुपए उन्होंने सीधा एक दिन के अंदर चेक भेज दिया पीएम केयर्स में, जिससे कोविड की लड़ाई में भी हमारे हाथ मजबूत हुए। मैं समझता हूँ एक ऐसा व्यक्तित्व है जिन्होंने जीवन भर व्यापार और उद्योग को तो बहुत नई ऊंचाइयों तक लेके गए ही, ईमानदार व्यवस्थाओं से भी कैसे उद्योग बड़ा बन सकता है, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पटल पर जा सकता है, उसका एक जीवंत उदाहरण टाटा ग्रुप के रूप में बनाया। लेकिन साथ ही साथ उनका जो निहित चरित्र था, एक सेवाभावी, एक बहुत ही सरल व्यक्तित्व था, उसको कभी बदला नहीं।
We have my colleague Radhika joining us from right outside the residence of Ratan Tata. Radhika, take us through, what is expected today. Of course, many people are gathering there to pay their last respects to the legend Ratan Tata. When we talk about, everyone is mentioning the compassion with which he worked, the extraordinary human being that he is. That's how the Prime Minister has described the visionary business leader, for providing stable leadership to one of India's oldest and most prestigious business houses. What time is the cremation, the funeral of Ratan Tata expected?
Right, Divya. In fact, Ratan Tata's final journey has begun. In fact, I am at the NCPA lawns where his mortal remains are kept. I'm not at the residence. I was at the residence where his mortal remains were kept after his, mortal remains were transported from hospital to the residence. He was there for a few hours. A lot of visitors there as well. Now, of course, it has been kept in NCPA lawns where I'm standing. As you can see, thousands have gathered here to pay their last tributes to the man, to the visionary, to the man who's known as an extraordinary human being. Of course, thousands are gathered here to pay their last tributes, to pay their homage to Ratan Tata. This include not just industrialists or people from political circles or from entertainment industry, but public at large gathering here to pay their tributes. We just saw Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule some time back. Earlier in the day, Sachin Tendulkar also paid tributes to Ratan Tata. Yesterday, Chief Minister of Maharashtra as well as Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, were at the hospital soon after the passing away of Ratan Tata. I mean, this shows the influence, and this shows how he inspired millions of people across the country and the world. Of course, he's not just known as a corporate honcho or a business leader, but also known as an extraordinary human being, as somebody who always contributed to the society, always gave back to the society, which is what is being seen here. This is something that's visible, during the final journey. The number of people who've come here, the number of people who are inspired by his life and times who've come here to pay their last tributes, to man he was, the industrialist he was. After this, of course, after the public viewing, his mortal remains will be taken to Worli crematorium, where the last rites will be conducted as per Parsi traditions and customs. Of course, his family members also present, people from the Tata Group, from across industries present here as well. And, as the hours pass by, we will see more, VIP entry, more people from the political circle, as well as from a cross-section of people from all sectors making a beeline to pay their last tributes to the industrialist, to visionary Ratan Tata.
Right, of course, when we speak of Ratan Tata and his humility, his kindness, his unwavering commitment to making the society better and, to giving back to society, it's Gautam Adani also who said that India has lost a giant, a visionary who redefined a modern India's path. He's also gone on to say that he wasn't just a business leader, but he embroiled the spirit of India with integrity, compassion and an unwearying commitment to a greater good. And legends like him never fade away. We also have with us Sajid joining us from right there also. Sajid, when we talk about the legacy of Ratan Tata, from the fields and the lives that he's touched, take us through his legacy in regard to the man who has died at the age of 86 but will live on forever in everyone's hearts.
That's right, Divya. Ratan Tata, was one of the biggest business icons for our country. He took charge of the Tata Group in 1991. Spent almost 22 years before he stepped down as chairman of Tata's Sons. In that 22 years which he spent at Tata Group, he was instrumental in not only ensuring that domestically the Tata Group companies are stronger, but also the vision to take Tata Group global. It all started with 2000 when the Tata Tea, now called Tata Consumer, went ahead and acquired Tetley, and then it was followed up by the big acquisition of nearly $12 billion of Chorus in UK, and followed by the JLR or Jaguar Land Rover acquisition in 2008. And thereafter there have been many acquisitions which has been done by many of the Tata Group companies. It was after 2000 that this animal spirit was put into place into the Tata Group, making it more aggressive, going outbound, growing, getting into diversified fields, and ensuring that at the same time ensuring that these companies are profitable, but not only profitable, but the profits are channelized into philanthropic activities. Remember, all the Tata Group companies are held by Tata Sons, which is controlled 66% by various trusts under Sir Ratanji Tata Trust and Sir Dorabji Tata Trust. And this trust is basically into philanthropic activity, which is into education, sanitation, healthcare. You speak of the activities or the spheres where society needs help, and the Tata Group is there contributing to the upliftment of people and talent in all these areas. And that's what the legacy of Ratan Tata is going to be, because the philosophy of the Tata Group to combine capitalism along with philanthropy and ensure that it gives back to the society. That's something is going to be the big legacy of Ratan Tata.
We also have Radhika with us. Radhika, of course, Sanjeev there highlighting how Tata Tea was acquired, went on to acquire Tetley, and Tata Motors went ahead and acquired Jaguar Land Rover. Take us through, the contribution of Ratan Tata to the city of Mumbai and the country.
That's right. Multiple expansions, diversification is something that we saw soon as Ratan Tata became the chairman of Tata Group. He became the chairman in 91, and it was a two-decade journey as far as his chairmanship is concerned. And then following that, he was a temporary chairman for some time. Post the whole Cyrus Mystery fiasco. As far as his contributions are concerned, yes, multiple acquisitions, like you said, the Jaguar Land Rover acquisition, Coral acquisition, and also Tata Tetley acquisition. So all these global acquisitions are something that Ratan Tata, made reality, made these acquisitions a reality as far as Indian industries are concerned. And apart from that, the globalization, or rather the global expansion of Tata Consultancy Services under his leadership is something that gets spoken about. Besides that, for the common man, for the public at large, the launch of Tata Nano.
What Amit Shah has to say.
दुनिया भर के लोकतंत्र के अंदर एक प्रकार से विश्वास की क्राइसिस दिखाई पड़ती है। सातत्यपूर्ण नेतृत्व लोकतंत्र के अंदर पूरी दुनिया को आप बारीकी से देखें तो बहुत कम जगह पे दिखाई पड़ता है। और मोदी जी पहले सीएम और फिर पीएम 23 साल तक लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से जनता का विश्वास जीतकर फिर से एक बार प्रधानमंत्री बने। ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात है, क्योंकि स्थिरता के बगैर नीतियां।
Amit Shah to attend Ratan Tata's last rites on behalf of the government, as the Prime Minister is not in the country, and which is why it will be Amit Shah representing the government at the funeral of Ratan Tata, who's died at the age of 86. Let's go back to Radhika. Radhika, you were highlighting for us, the contribution of the great man Ratan Tata. I mean, people talk about his generosity, whether it was during COVID times, but particularly at the time of 26/11.
Yes, absolutely. At the time of 26/11, he showed extreme resilience, of course. Taj Hotel getting impacted as a result of which, but he was instrumental in making sure that people are resilient, people who worked with him, give it back and sort of revamp the hospitality sector and specifically as far as the revamp of the hotel Taj is concerned. So yes, he showed a lot of resilience and confidence post the tragedy of 26/11. Besides that, as I was pointing out, Tata Nano was a dream come true for millions of Indians, something that was unheard of at the time. A car for the middle class or lower middle class. It was an aspirational commodity, a car at the time, but he made that dream come true.
अध्ययन करके टाटा समूह के सारे उद्योगों को और काम करने की पद्धति को दोनों को उन्होंने परिवर्तित किया और पहले की तरह आज भी टाटा समूह भारत के उद्योग जगत में एक ध्रुव तारा बनकर है। उसमें रतन टाटा जी का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। देश के अंदर सूचिता के साथ अपने उद्योग का, अपने समूह का विकास करना, देश के सारे कायदे कानून और रूल्स रेगुलेशन इसका पूर्णतः पालन करते हुए अपने उद्योग समूह को प्रमुख स्थान पर बनाए रखना और इसके साथ साथ अपने ट्रस्ट के माध्यम से देश की
When we talk about Tata Trust, of course, the kind of contribution is unmatched and unparalleled when it comes to the legend Ratan Tata, who's died at the age of 86. He has in fact contributed from his own money. He invested in many companies. He invested in multi companies with his own wealth. He had invested in Snapdeal. He'd invested in Ola Cabs, also in Xiaomi and others. Let's just go back to Radhika, who's joining us from NCPA lawns, where the mortal remains of Ratan Tata, the body has been kept there before the final rites, which is going to take place in Worli. Radhika, take us through, at what time can we expect the funeral to take place of Ratan Tata?
That's right. Last journey of Ratan Tata has begun. People are paying tributes and homage at NCPA, where the public viewing is happening from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. is when this will continue till. We saw public at large. We're still continuing to see public at large paying tributes to Ratan Tata. Besides that, of course, we also saw leaders such as Sharad Pawar as well as Supriya Sule also making their way into this particular place. Sachin Tendulkar was somebody who paid tributes to Ratan Tata early this morning. So these are the visuals that we are showing you from NCPA, where the public viewing is happening. Public at large are paying their tributes as Ratan Tata is in his final journey. After which now at about 4 p.m. is when he will be taken to, his mortal remains will be taken to Worli crematorium, where the last rites will happen as per Parsi tradition. So that is something that will happen post 4 o'clock. But at the moment, as you can see, people queuing up to catch a last glimpse of the visionary of the industrialist Ratan Tata. He died at the age of 86 as a result of age-related ailments. He was hospitalized for the last several days in Breach Candy Hospital. He was in the ICU, but when he was hospitalized a few days back, he did put out a message on social media. All right, so we also have RBI Governor Shaktikant Das as well, at the spot, paying his last rites to Ratan Tata. RBI Governor at NCPA to pay last respects to Ratan Tata. Earlier, of course, Sharad Pawar was seen, Sachin Tendulkar was also seen at the residence yesterday, Chief Minister, Deputy CM. Now, RBI Governor is at NCPA. In the next few hours, we will get to see more people from within industries, within the political circle, within entertainment as well as sports circle, who will be paying their last homage to Ratan Tata. He died at the age of 86, as I was mentioning, due to, age-related ailments. And as I was mentioning, when he was hospitalized initially, he put out a message, he put out a statement asking people to not speculate, and it was just a regular medical checkup. However, he was in the ICU and he passed away yesterday, and an official by Tata Group informing people of his passing away. Of course, one can talk about his contributions, the man he was, the accomplishments of his, but it is hard to describe that in a few minutes. Of course, it's several decades of accomplishment, achievements, and his contribution to Indian industry is concerned, which is difficult to really explain or describe in a few minutes. However, he's known not just as somebody who did much for the industry, but also known as somebody who was doing much for the society, gave back to the society, believed in giving back to the society, believed in contributing to the larger good of the welfare of the people. So therefore, he's known as a human being, extraordinary human being who did much for the welfare of the people, unlike many industrialists. This is what several people say, which is why he's most liked, he's most respected, and he's most admired by people at large, and somebody who also was a mentor for people. As you were mentioning, he did invest in multiple startups. After he quit the post of chairmanship, after he stepped down as the chairman, he was busy, mentoring entrepreneurs, mentoring those who wanted to start businesses, and also invested in multiple startups across years. So those are his other accomplishments. And very recently, the animal hospital, the small animal hospital that he set up, that is his, recent accomplishment, or rather, that is something he created. That was his passion pet project for Ratan Tata as a result of his love and passion for, canines and animals. And there are a lot of anecdotes as far as, his love for animals are concerned. And of course, his interactions with youth are concerned. People call him as a very humble, generous person, also very witty, but quiet. And his demeanor is quiet, his demeanor is shy. Always believed in contributing to the society. Often in his interviews also he spoke about how, it is just not about industrial expansion or accomplishments, but it's also about how one can contribute to the larger good of the society, which is why significant, a portion of the wealth of Tata's go to charity. 65% of his shares go to these charitable causes, be it education, healthcare, or rural development. So yes, one can go on and on about the person, the visionary Ratan Tata was, but this is his final journey that we are showing you. Thousands of people gathered here to pay their last rites and funeral to take place at about 4 p.m.
Right, of course, Radhika, tributes pouring in, and many describing the man for his integrity, his grace, his generosity. We also heard Nirmala Sitharaman say that he's left an indelible mark on the society while highlighting his resolve to innovation, ethical business practices, and social responsibility as well. Well, of course, this is the body of Ratan Tata that has been kept at those lawns in Mumbai. The final rites will take place only later in the evening. People are pouring in order to pay their last respect to the industry's legend Ratan Tata, whose body is there at the NCPA lawns till about 4 o'clock in the evening.
Ratan Tata, a doyen of corporate India, is no more. Born in 1937 to Naval and Sonu Tata, he was brought up by his formidable grandmother Nawajbai Tata in a manor called Tata Palace in Mumbai. Ratan Tata was born into a family of great prestige. The lineage of Jamshedji Tata, the founder of the Tata Group and an integral part of India's history. Ratan Tata was schooled at Campion Cathedral and John Connon. He was driven to school in a Rolls-Royce. Ratan Tata went to Cornell University and fell in love with America. He wanted to settle down in Los Angeles, but destiny had other plans for him. With his grandmother falling ill, he was compelled to return to India. A turbulent relationship with his father, Naval Tata, pushed Ratan Tata to apply for a job at IBM. His father was not happy. Naval Tata asked his son to tie up a resume and offered him a job with Tata Industries in 1962. He would go on to join Tisco, now called Tata Steel, in 1963. When Ratan Tata took over from his father as chairman of the Tata Group in 1991, India too was pivoting. License Raj was being revoked, the economy was being liberalized, and it was Ratan Tata's time in the sun. In the early 2000s, Ratan Tata had a string of high-profile acquisitions to his credit. Tetley, Chorus, Jaguar Land Rover and Daewoo took the Tata and Indian flag abroad. In 2008, he created history with the launch of the cheapest car in the world, the Nano, priced at 1 lakh rupees. He was also awarded the Padma Vibhushan that year. From telecom to software, manufacturing to aviation, FMCG to garments, the Tata Group has expanded across industries under Ratan Tata's watch. The conglomerate is worth over 30,000 crore rupees as of March this year. In 2008, when the Taj Hotel in Mumbai came under a terror attack, Ratan Tata showed great compassion and resilience during its aftermath. He stepped down as the chairman of Tata Sons in 2012 after 50 years and was appointed as chairman emeritus. A bitter fight with his appointed successor, Cyrus Mistry, over his handling of the group led to the ouster of Mistry. While propelling the group towards growth, he continued to indulge in his three loves, that is flying, fast cars and scuba diving. He was also a champion of startups and invested in successful companies like Lenskart, Urban Company, Bluestone and Ola Electric. Ratan Tata was well known to be very fond of his German shepherds Tito and Tango, and lived a simple life even as he created great wealth for fellow Indians.
ਰਤਨ ਟਾਟਾ ਜੀ ਬਾਰੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਹੋ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਦੇਹਾਂਤ ਹੋਇਆ ਰਤਨ ਟਾਟਾ ਜੀ ਦਾ, ਸਾਡੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਿੱਘੀ ਸ਼ਰਧਾਂਜਲੀ। ਰਤਨ ਟਾਟਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹੀ ਅੱਜ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਲੈਣਾ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਲੱਗਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕੀਤੀ। ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਕੁ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਿਆ ਸੁਣਿਆ, ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਤੱਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਕਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਬੁਰਾ ਬੋਲਿਆ ਹੋਵੇ। ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਾਈਫ 'ਚ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕੀਤੀ, ਹਾਰਡ ਵਰਕ ਕੀਤਾ, ਚੰਗਾ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ, ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਕੰਮ ਆਏ। ਇਹੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਹੈ, ਇਹੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਹੈ। ਜੇ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਸਿੱਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਰਤਨ ਟਾਟਾ ਜੀ ਤੋਂ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਇਹੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕਰਨੀ, ਚੰਗਾ ਸੋਚਣਾ, ਕਿਸੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੰਮ ਆਉਣਾ ਤੇ ਬੇਦਾਗ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਜੀ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਹੋ। ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਹੀ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਸ ਹਾਲਾਤ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ। ਸੋ ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ।
Diljit Dosanjh there paying a tribute to Ratan Tata. We have my colleague Radhika joining us from the NCPA loans in Mumbai, where the body of Ratan Tata has been kept for people who are coming in to pay their last respects to the legend. Radhika, take us through, the contribution of Ratan Tata to society. When we talk about, he saw people, sandwiched on scooters, and that's what germinated his dream of the nano car.
That's right, absolutely. Ratan Tata would often speak about in the interviews about the disparity that he sees in the society and how he wants to contribute more for the welfare of the people, especially the people that he often interacts with on a daily basis at his workplace and elsewhere. So therefore, he always had that in mind whenever, he did some sort of industrial expansion, acquisition and development. So therefore, Tata Nano, something that was unheard of. A car for rupees 1 lakh was something unheard of at the time. And car at the time was also an aspirational commodity, as far as Indian middle class was concerned. So for Indian middle class or lower middle class, to buy a car was something that he made possible with Tata Nano. So, that's one of the contributions. And of course, be it Tata Motors, Tata Steel, multiple expansion plans, multiple, product introductions, and so many acquisitions as we were talking about, be it the Tetley acquisition, Chorus, or Jaguar Land Rover acquisitions. All of this was made possible by Ratan Tata himself. So we have several from the industry who are making their way into NCPA to pay their last tribute. Just a while ago, we saw RBI governor paying his tribute to Ratan Tata. Before that, we did see NCP leader Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule as well. Sachin Tendulkar was at his residence in the morning. Yes, as far as Ratan Tata's accomplishments, achievements are concerned, it is really hard to explain or describe those, in a matter of few minutes. It goes, back for several decades, and more than an industrial leader, he did things for the society. He kept society at large, in his mind whenever, he contributed to the industry or the society, which is why large significant contribution of his wealth went for, charity, be it healthcare or be it education or rural improvement, rural development. So yes, at the moment, public paying their tribute to Ratan Tata, to the visionary, to the icon Ratan Tata, after which, of course, rites will take place at 4 p.m.
Right, last rites will take place later today. We also have Charu joining us, right? Charu, when we talk about the legend, the man who, was born in 1937 on the 28th of December, has passed away last night after, his last message was, giving his health update, saying that he's okay and that he's here for a regular checkup. And, he signed off by saying, "Thank you so much for thinking of me." The thought behind that message speaks volumes as to the man that, the legend, words fall short in order to describe him. Take us through his journey.
There is so much admiration from people towards him. You can see the crowd that is gathered here at the NCPA, where the last rites and other rituals are taking place before the final journey comes to an end in Worli venue after 4 o'clock today. A lot of his employees, people from all sorts of areas of Tata Group were lining up outside the venue today just to pay their respects, to pay their homage, to sort of say a last goodbye to Mr. Tata, to see his mortal remains for the last time. A lot of his near and dear, his friends, his family, and a lot of people who saw him in very high regards are here. Most of the VIP movement and the dignitaries who are going to be paying their homage are also coming here only, and there is a large amount of deployment of security outside to see that there is no law and order or crowding situation, and yet there are so many people lining up in a very smooth and appropriate manner just to be able to come inside and see him one last time. And it is truly a moment where you see how big a person's life can be. It is a very inspiring moment, to be honest. You can see so much of movement here, so many people just waiting to get a glimpse of him. The entire program has been arranged here. There's a stage here, there is an arrangement for the media personnel, for people to see him. Nobody who is from the Tata Group, or even people from all walks of life or ordinary citizens who want to pay their respect, are being stopped. Everybody is welcome, everybody is coming, and people are coming up, turning up in very large numbers.
Right. It is, in fact, when we talk about the US ambassador to India has said that India in the world has lost a giant with a giant heart. He's known for his generosity, his integrity, for the grace with which he carried himself. Take us through his journey as far as the Tata Group is concerned. Charu, take us through, Ratan Tata, who went to study in the United States. He studied at the Cornell University, came back to India. Take us through the journey from there to now.
So we all know that, he went to the Cornell University, and there he studied, took a lot of, technical training. After he came back, worked in a very, starting and very entry-level jobs in Tata Group itself. And then on, you can see how he expanded the group. Everywhere you see in this particular city itself, you see how he has built the city from the ground up. We can all see how many philanthropic actions also he has taken. And even after he sort of left his position as the chairperson in 2012, he still continued to remain as a very important part of the group. And even after that, he continued his philanthropic endeavors. He continued to be associated with NGOs and initiatives to take care of the elderly, for his pets, for animals in general, setting up veterinary hospitals, and basically turning out to have a positive impact on everybody's life that he was associated with, be it his philanthropic work, NGO related work, Tata Group, the expansion of the group, or in every other sector that you can look at. You will see his imprints, and you will see the good work that he has done.
Ambassador to India, who's gone on to talk about his contribution, highlighting his contribution to the world at large, not just Mumbai or the country. Let's just listen in to what the RBI governor had to say.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read break.
The national icon and industry legend Ratan Tata has died at the age of 86 in a Mumbai hospital. He will be cremated with full estate owners, and the state government has declared a day of mourning today to honour the late industrialist. His body has been kept at the National Centre for Performing Arts, the NCPA, in Mumbai's Nariman Point from 10 o'clock this morning till about 4 o'clock in the evening, where people are coming in to pay their last respects. The cremation will take place at the Worli area later, and it's Home Minister Amit Shah who will attend the funeral, as Prime Minister Modi will not be in the country. However, Prime Minister Modi has described him as a visionary business leader, a compassionate soul and an extraordinary human being who provided stable leadership to one of India's oldest and most prestigious business houses. At the same time, his contribution went far beyond the boardroom. He endeared himself to several people thanks to his humility, kindness and an unwavering commitment to making our society better. And we have Radhika joining us from the NCPA lawns. Radhika, tributes pouring in, describing the man for his integrity, his grace. We heard Nirmala Sitharaman also say that, Ratan Tata has left an indelible mark on society while highlighting his resolve to innovation, ethical business practices and social responsibility as well. Well, it feels like a personal loss to many. One didn't need to personally know him for his generosity, for his heart, for his contribution, not just to society, but to the country and to the world at large. Take us through his journey from the time that, he graduated in architecture from that Cornell University back in 1959. Take us through his journey from the time he came back to India.
That's right. Ratan Tata's loss, Ratan Tata's passing away feels like a personal loss to many, no doubt about it. In fact, he's left a monumental, huge legacy behind, and his shoes are going to be hard to fill, no doubt about it. And it's not just his contributions to the industry, but his contributions to the society at large, to the people at large, to the poor, to the middle class, to the downtrodden. So that's what his focus on, not just expansion of, Tata industries, but also what he did for the society at large. The fact that, the maximum contribution, at least about 65% of the wealth, of the profits, went to charitable causes, including education and health. I am at NCPA, and as you can see behind me, a number of people paying their last tributes to Ratan Tata. This is his final journey. It, in fact, started at about 10 a.m. and it will go on till 4 p.m. People from across industries also are coming to pay tributes. Saw Sachin Tendulkar inside his residence in Kolaba, post which we saw politicians Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule as well. Kumar Mangalam Birla was here some time back. RBI governor was some time back. Now come, people, coming in large numbers. This is the outpouring of tributes that we're seeing, but in the coming hours we'll see more VIP entries. Amit Shah is expected sometime in the afternoon, and after post this is when the funeral is set to take place. Last trial will begin in a crematorium, and we expect it to happen in true Parsi tradition and customs. That's what we're being told. Immense security here, and people, of course, coming in large numbers as a result of the man he was, the accomplishment, the contribution to the industry, to the people at large. It has left an indelible mark, and one talks about Ratan Tata, people within senior, within many of Tata companies, be it Tata Consultancy Services or Tata Motors or Tata Steel. They talk about how approachable he is, how he is somebody who motivates youngsters, who motivates entrepreneurs, and how he's always believed in giving back to the society, in some form or the other. So yes, the final journey of Ratan Tata here and outpouring of tributes is what we are seeing now.
Right, and during his 21 years that Ratan Tata led the Tata Group, the revenue grew over 40 times and profit grew 50 times. Let's just listen to reactions coming in of the death in regard to Ratan Tata, a loss that is being felt personally by many.
कल श्री रतन टाटा का निधन हो गया और आज मुझे वहां मुंबई जाना पड़ रहा है। सबसे पहले तो मैं रतन टाटा जी को बहुत मनपूर्वक श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं। रतन टाटा जी, मेरा उनसे व्यक्तिगत भी गहरा परिचय रहा, परंतु न केवल भारतीय उद्योग जगत के, पूरे विश्व के एक सम्मानीय उद्योजक रहे।
मैं समझता हूं एक ऐसा व्यक्तित्व है जिन्होंने जीवन भर व्यापार और उद्योग को तो बहुत नई ऊंचाइयों तक लेके गए ही, ईमानदार व्यवस्थाओं से भी कैसे उद्योग बड़ा बन सकता है, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पटल पर जा सकता है, उसका एक जीवंत उदाहरण टाटा ग्रुप के रूप में बनाया। लेकिन साथ ही साथ उनका जो निहित चरित्र था, एक सेवा भावी, एक बहुत ही सरल व्यक्तित्व था, उसको कभी बदला नहीं।
कि देश के बड़े कारोबारी उद्योगपति रतन टाटा जी भी हमारे बीच नहीं रहे हैं। एक ऐसे उद्योगपति जिन्होंने अपना और उस समूह ने देश की अर्थव्यवस्था में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दिया है। आजादी से पहले और आजादी के बाद से टाटा समूह ने बहुत बड़ा देश की आर्थिक स्थिति को सुधारने में और आर्थिक तरक्की के लिए बड़ा योगदान किया है। उनकी सोच और उनका विजन यही रहा है कि कारोबार करते समय असूलों के साथ कोई समझौता नहीं।
And Prime Minister Modi there paying a tribute to Ratan Tata, and it is the Prime Minister who has gone on to talk about the contribution as far as Ratan Tata is concerned, saying that he was a visionary business leader, a compassionate soul and an extraordinary human being. He provided stable leadership to one of India's oldest and most prestigious business houses. At the same time, his contribution went far beyond the boardroom. He endeared himself to several people thanks to his humility, kindness and an unwavering commitment to making our society better, is what the Prime Minister said in order to describe Ratan Tata. And Congress leader Rahul Gandhi went on to say that Ratan Tata was a man with a vision. He has left a lasting mark on both business and philanthropy. My condolences to his family and the Tata community.
I was here to pay my respects to the departed soul. There are two things which stand out about Sri Ratan Tata. The first is that he was a true visionary, a great visionary. The second thing was that he was a strong believer in ethics in corporate governance. I think whenever the economic history of modern India is written, I would feel that a full volume will not be enough to describe his achievements. A truly towering personality, a great son of India, a phenomenal person.
Ratan Tata, a doyen of corporate India, is no more. Born in 1937 to Naval and Sonu Tata, he was brought up by his formidable grandmother Nawajbai Tata in a manor called Tata Palace in Mumbai. Ratan Tata was born into a family of great prestige, the lineage of Jamshedji Tata, the founder of the Tata Group and an integral part of India's history. Ratan Tata was schooled at Campion Cathedral and John Connon. He was driven to school in a Rolls-Royce. Ratan Tata went to Cornell University and fell in love with America. He wanted to settle down in Los Angeles, but destiny had other plans for him. With his grandmother falling ill, he was compelled to return to India. A turbulent relationship with his father, Naval Tata, pushed Ratan Tata to apply for a job at IBM. His father was not happy. Naval Tata asked his son to tie up a resume and offered him a job with Tata Industries in 1962. He would go on to join TISCO, now called Tata Steel, in 1963. When Ratan Tata took over from his father as chairman of the Tata Group in 1991, India too was pivoting. License Raj was being revoked, the economy was being liberalized, and it was Ratan Tata's time in the sun. In the early 2000s, Ratan Tata had a string of high-profile acquisitions to his credit. Tetley, Chorus, Jaguar Land Rover and Daewoo took the Tata and Indian flag abroad. In 2008, he created history with the launch of the cheapest car in the world, the Nano, priced at 1 lakh rupees. He was also awarded the Padma Vibhushan that year. From telecom to software, manufacturing to aviation, FMCG to garments, the Tata Group has expanded across industries under Ratan Tata's watch. The conglomerate is worth over 30,000 crore rupees as of March this year. In 2008, when the Taj Hotel in Mumbai came under a terror attack, Ratan Tata showed great compassion and resilience during its aftermath. He stepped down as the chairman of Tata Sons in 2012 after 50 years and was appointed as chairman emeritus. A bitter fight with his appointed successor, Cyrus Mistry, over his handling of the group led to the ouster of Mistry. While propelling the group towards growth, he continued to indulge in his 3 loves, that is flying, fast cars and scuba diving. He was also a champion of startups and invested in successful companies like Lenskart, Urban Company, Bluestone and Ola Electric. Ratan Tata was well known to be very fond of his German shepherds Tito and Tango, and lived a simple life even as he created great wealth for fellow Indians.
And it was actor and singer Diljit Dosanjh who paid a tribute to Ratan Tata. He paused his concert in Germany while paying a tribute to the legend Ratan Tata. He went on to talk about how hardworking he is and how he helped people. Let's listen in.
Ratan Tata ji ਬਾਰੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਹੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਦੇਹਾਂਤ ਹੋਇਆ ਰਤਨ ਟਾਟਾ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਿੱਘੀ ਸ਼ਰਧਾਂਜਲੀ ਰਤਨ ਟਾਟਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹੀ ਅੱਜ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਲੈਣਾ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਲੱਗਾ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਕੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਪੜ੍ਹਿਆ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਤੱਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਕਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਬੁਰਾ ਬੋਲਿਆ ਹੋਵੇ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਾਈਫ 'ਚ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹਾਰਡ ਵਰਕ ਕੀਤਾ ਚੰਗਾ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੇ ਕੰਮ ਆਏ ਇਹੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਹੈ ਇਹੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਹੈ ਜੇ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਸਿੱਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਰਤਨ ਟਾਟਾ ਜੀ ਤੋਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਇਹੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕਰਨੀ ਚੰਗਾ ਸੋਚਣਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੰਮ ਆਉਣਾ ਤੇ ਬੇਦਾਗ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਜੀ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਹੋ ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਹੀ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਸ ਹਾਲਾਤ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਸੋ ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
End of an era. Ratan Tata has died at the age of 86. He will be getting the full estate honours. The funeral will take place later this evening.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
Reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है।
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
बहुत आ रही है, पहुंचा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show.
It's the end of an era. India loses Ratan Tata. Ratan Tata's last journey begins. India pays tributes to the legend. On Haryana defeat, Congress's very important review meet today. Kharge, Rahul Gandhi will be chairing this meeting. It's a day of meetings in J&K. Key National Conference meeting. Omar Abdullah to return as the Chief Minister of J&K. Karnataka Muda muddle, Lokayukta to question the Chief Minister's brother now. Israel's military has said that its troops had eliminated terrorists during close quarter encounters and also in aerial strikes over the last 24 hours, adding that 100 Hezbollah terror targets have been destroyed. Aerial bombardments have also been going on in Lebanon for some days now. NDTV's Mohammad Ghazali is reporting from the front lines. Industrialist and business leader Ratan Tata, who died at the age of 86 in a Mumbai hospital last night, will be cremated with full state honours. The state government has also declared a day of mourning today to honour the late industrialist. Ratan Tata's body will be kept at the National Centre for Performing Arts in Mumbai's Nariman Point from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. today, where people will be able to pay their last respects. The cremation will take place at Worli area later in the city. Home Minister Amit Shah will attend the funeral, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already left for Laos to attend the ASEAN India and East Asia summits. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, has posted on X his condolences, saying that Ratan Tata was a visionary business leader, a compassionate soul and an extraordinary human being who provided stable leadership to India's oldest and prestigious business house. He said that his contribution went beyond the boardroom and he endeared himself to several people, thanks to his humility, kindness and commitment to making our society better. Industrialist Gautam Adani has also posted his condolences, saying that India has lost a giant, a visionary who redefined modern India's path. He said that Ratan Tata was not just a business leader, but he was also somebody who embodied the spirit of India with integrity, compassion and commitment to greater good, and that legends like him never fade away. Let's look at some political reactions before we go to my colleagues Radhika and Sajid.
कल श्री रतन टाटा का निधन हो गया और आज मुझे वहां मुंबई जाना पड़ रहा है। सबसे पहले तो मैं रतन टाटा जी को बहुत मनपूर्वक श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं। रतन टाटा जी, मेरा उनसे व्यक्तिगत भी गहरा परिचय रहा, परंतु न केवल भारतीय उद्योग जगत के, पूरे विश्व के एक सम्मानीय उद्योजक रहे।
मैं समझता हूं एक ऐसा व्यक्तित्व है जिन्होंने जीवन भर व्यापार और उद्योग को तो बहुत नई ऊंचाइयों तक लेके गए ही, ईमानदार व्यवस्थाओं से भी कैसे उद्योग बड़ा बन सकता है, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पटल पर जा सकता है, उसका एक जीवंत उदाहरण टाटा ग्रुप के रूप में बनाया। लेकिन साथ ही साथ उनका जो निहित चरित्र था, एक सेवा भावी, एक बहुत ही सरल व्यक्तित्व था, उसको कभी बदला नहीं।
कि देश के बड़े कारोबारी उद्योगपति रतन टाटा जी भी हमारे बीच नहीं रहे हैं। एक ऐसे उद्योगपति जिन्होंने अपना और उस समूह ने देश की अर्थव्यवस्था में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दिया है। आजादी से पहले और आजादी के बाद से टाटा समूह ने बहुत बड़ा देश की आर्थिक स्थिति को सुधारने में और आर्थिक तरक्की के लिए बड़ा योगदान किया है। उनकी सोच और उनका विजन यही रहा है कि कारोबार करते समय असूलों के साथ कोई समझौता नहीं।
I was here to pay my respects to the departed soul. There are two things which stand out about Sri Ratan Tata. The first is that he was a true visionary, a great visionary. The second thing was that he was a strong believer in ethics in corporate governance. I think whenever the economic history of modern India is written, I would feel that a full volume will not be enough to describe his achievements. A truly towering personality, a great son of India, a phenomenal person.
Sajid Mangat of NDTV Profit and Radhika Ramaswamy join us now with more details on the story. To you, Sajid, tributes are flowing in from different parts of the world and people are describing Ratan Tata as an extraordinary businessman, somebody who devoted his life and also his commitment to philanthropy. What is expected today and what would you have to say about his life and legacy?
Mr. Tata's legacy began in 1991 when he took charge of the entire group from JRD Tata. JRD was also one of the biggest visionary for India. But Mr. Tata was part of the liberalization process in 1991, and that's what makes him a little different from others, especially because the Tata Group began in 1991 to consolidate its positions into various sectors and businesses, and thereafter in 2000 it took flight to go across the globe, buying into companies and expanding its presence across developed countries. And that is the legacy which Mr. Tata is leaving behind. The legacy of being aggressive, the legacy of going out and coming from an emerging country, going into a developed country and buying developed assets so that the technology can be used in our country. One of the key reasons what Mr. Tata had always said that why he went for JLR was because of the kind of technology that JLR had. Even though JLR was loss-making at that point in time and there was apprehension about the turnaround of JLR, but today JLR is the jewel in Tata Motors, and that technology is being increasingly used in India in various models of Tata Motors as it comes into play. What we are seeing today is a number of people who have come across Mumbai. Many of them. Many of them are employees of Tata Group. Many are common people who have been impacted by the philanthropy of Tata Group. And then we are seeing across party lines leaders coming in and across industry leaders coming in. What we have seen so far is industry leaders like S.N. Subramanian from the L&T, Kumar Mangalam Birla, RBI Governor, Mr. Shaktikanta Das. All of them have come and paid their respects. In the political space, we have seen Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, Raj Thackeray just came a while back, and we are told that Amit Shah, Home Minister, has landed in Mumbai along with Mr. Rajnath Singh, who is the Defence Minister, and both of them would be coming in next 30 to 40 minutes in this location to pay their last respect. Mr. Amit Shah, Home Minister, is representing the Government of India since the Prime Minister is travelling to Laos for the ASEAN Summit, and we're going to see a lot more dignitaries across party lines coming in and paying their tribute to the legacy of Ratan Tata.
Radhika, over to you. What is expected today? And because if you look at social media or otherwise, there is a lot of flow of tributes towards Mr. Ratan Tata, and a lot of people are talking about the work that he did with respect to reaching out to masses. Even the work that he did with respect to cancer or promoting institutions like TISS, and also with stray dogs. How do people of Mumbai remember him?
That's right, Vasudha. Ratan Tata's final journey is what we are seeing now at NCPA lawns. You can see thousands of people have gathered here to pay tributes, to pay their final tributes to the industrialist, to the visionary, to the towering figure that Ratan Tata was. At 86, he passed away yesterday at Breach Candy Hospital as a result of certain health ailments. He was hospitalized for the last few days. He was in the ICU. Of course, in the beginning, Ratan Tata did say that, there needn't be any speculation and that he's fit and fine. It was a medical checkup. However, he was in the ICU. He didn't want people to get stressed over his health. It always is typical of Ratan Tata. People coming first, society comes first as far as, the industrialist is concerned. Of course, there are acquisitions and expansions and all the, product innovations and introductions that people can talk about. But his philanthropy is something that people do talk about often. The fact that he cared for the society, for the well-being of people, which is why almost 60 to 65% of the wealth, of the profits go to charities, be it in the healthcare sector, education, rural healthcare, rural development, and so on. In many interviews, Ratan Tata does speak about how the measure of success is how much people can contribute, how much an industrialist, how much a successful person can contribute to the society and make a difference to a common man's life, which is what he did, which is what we are seeing here as a result of the difference he made to lives of millions of people. We're seeing the kind of crowd here, common people, coming here in large numbers to pay their tribute tributes to Ratan Tata. Of course, now this will go on till about 4 p.m., after which his mortal remains will be taken to Worli crematorium, where the final rites will happen, where the cremation will take place as per Parsi traditions. As Sajid was pointing out, many industrialists, many politicians made their way into this place over the last several hours, be it Raj Thackeray, be it Kumar Mangalam Birla, be it Sharad Pawar, or be it RBI Governor Shaktikant Das. So people from a cross-section of people from different sectors, different industries and different spheres of life have been making their way into this place to pay their honor to Ratan Tata. Of course, there is state mourning on Thursday in the state of Maharashtra. It is state funeral that is taking place, and we can expect more people to come and pay their last respects to Ratan Tata as the hours progress.
Right. Sajid, back to you. Also tell us a little bit about the tributes that have been flowing in, because, you know, it is not just from political leaders, but also from business leaders and also, you know, influential people. There's even Diljit Dosanjh who has spoken about it. So clearly this is this reflects the kind of impact Ratan Tata has had on people from different walks of life.
That's true. You know, in many sense, a lot of industrialists have interacted with Mr. Tata at various points in times, whether as part of the industry body or whether as part of, a personal relationship they had. Anand Mahindra considered Ratan Tata as his mentor. You had Harsh Goenka, who tweeted last evening, maybe one of the first to tweet about the demise of Mr. Ratan Tata, followed by you had many more industrialists like Mr. Birla, Mr. Mukesh Ambani, all of them, and Mr. Gautam Adani, who's tweeted about the legacy and the condolence message on the demise of Mr. Tata there. So he had an influence across across segments, and that's primarily because the kind of legacy that Tata Group has. It's a salt to software kind of conglomerate, as it's called. But between salt and software, you have autos, you have power, you have renewables, you have steel, you have semiconductor, you have batteries, you have consumer goods, you have retail. So the group touches many million consumers every day. It's said that at least 2 to 3 consumers are out of every 4 are touched on a daily basis by the Tata Group in one way or another, and that's why the legacy is also much bigger in nature, and the respect that is also much bigger in nature, which is there. The group has always moved on the path of ethics and governance. 66% of the Tata Sons is held by trusts, which are, and the dividends that they earn are used entirely for philanthropy for the entire group and for the country and across the board. Whether it's in healthcare, whether it's in sanitation, whether it's in education or social upliftment, they are there to support and ensure that they make a mark and influence and give back to the society what they are earning from their businesses across various segments.
A little bit more about what is expected today. Of course, we see people paying their tributes, and this is quite unusual because he's not a political leader, he's not a mass leader, he's not a spiritual leader, he's a businessman who commands so much respect. Why do you think, what are the reasons for something like that? Because people have been, even common people have been talking about this, including, some of the philanthropic work that he has done, and also the fact that he has achievements to talk about when it comes to expanding the empire of the Tata Group.
You're right. Look at from a point of view. In the last 25 years, I've been a journalist. The last time I saw such outpouring of tribute for an industry leader was in Dhirubhai, when Dhirubhai died in 2002. After that, he's the I'm seeing for the first time that so much of respect and tribute coming in for Mr. Tata, and that's because while Dhirubhai had the cult of equity cult, which was brought in by Dhirubhai. Ratan Tata brought in the philanthropy and the soft approach of the group towards multiple people or multiple businesses, and how people were treated and the people were respected, and that respect is getting is outpouring today. Why? Because a lot of employees, a lot of community people, Parsi community, which is a very small but well knit community, are also here in large numbers. You have common people who and office goers. Remember, NCPA is in South Mumbai, which is the hub of business. It's a business district. So we're going to see a swell of people coming in towards the afternoon as the lunch happens, and people will step down to pay their last respect to Mr. Ratan Tata. So that will also happen in the next couple of hours as we speak. The body is kept here at 10:30. It will be the last journey will begin by 3:30 onwards. It will take some time before it will reach the Worli crematorium. The rites will not be traditional rites that normally Parsis do. It was Ratan Tata's wish to be cremated, so he will be cremated at the Worli crematorium there, and that's what it's going to be, and it's going to be. It could take some time for that entire process to go to get completed. We expect the last journey to begin by 4 o'clock, even though the Mumbai police has said that we should start doing that, preparing for the last journey from 3:30 onwards. But by 4 o'clock it will start, and it will take maybe a couple of hours before it goes into Worli crematorium and the final journey begins there.
Right. Thank you, Sajid. We'll keep coming back to you for more details on this story. Ratan Tata, visionary business leader, one of the makers of modern India, at least when it comes to the economic aspects, has passed away. And there are those visuals of common people paying tributes to a life well led.
Ratan Tata, a doyen of corporate India, is no more. Born in 1937 to Naval and Sonu Tata, he was brought up by his formidable grandmother Nawajbai Tata in a manor called Tata Palace in Mumbai. Ratan Tata was born into a family of great prestige, the lineage of Jamshedji Tata, the founder of the Tata Group and an integral part of India's history. Ratan Tata was schooled at Campion Cathedral and John Connon. He was driven to school in a Rolls-Royce. Ratan Tata went to Cornell University and fell in love with America. He wanted to settle down in Los Angeles, but destiny had other plans for him. With his grandmother falling ill, he was compelled to return to India. A turbulent relationship with his father, Naval Tata, pushed Ratan Tata to apply for a job at IBM. His father was not happy. Naval Tata asked his son to tie up a resume and offered him a job with Tata Industries in 1962. He would go on to join Tisco, now called Tata Steel, in 1963. When Ratan Tata took over from his father as chairman of the Tata Group in 1991, India too was pivoting. License Raj was being revoked, the economy was being liberalized, and it was Ratan Tata's time in the sun. In the early 2000s, Ratan Tata had a string of high-profile acquisitions to his credit. Tetley, Chorus, Jaguar Land Rover and Daewoo took the Tata and Indian flag abroad. In 2008, he created history with the launch of the cheapest car in the world, the Nano, priced at 1 lakh rupees. He was also awarded the Padma Vibhushan that year. From telecom to software, manufacturing to aviation, FMCG to garments, the Tata Group has expanded across industries under Ratan Tata's watch. The conglomerate is worth over 30,000 crore rupees as of March this year. In 2008, when the Taj Hotel in Mumbai came under a terror attack, Ratan Tata showed great compassion and resilience during its aftermath. He stepped down as the chairman of Tata Sons in 2012 after 50 years and was appointed as chairman emeritus. A bitter fight with his appointed successor, Cyrus Mistry, over his handling of the group led to the ouster of Mistry. While propelling the group towards growth, he continued to indulge in his three loves, that is flying, fast cars and scuba diving. He was also a champion of startups and invested in successful companies like Lenskart, Urban Company, Bluestone and Ola Electric. Ratan Tata was well known to be very fond of his German shepherds Tito and Tango, and lived a simple life even as he created great wealth for fellow Indians.
Well, Ratan Tata there leaving behind a life with a very rich legacy. Of course, the last rites are all set to begin now. In fact, the last journey of Ratan Tata has begun. Moving on to some political news, Congress party will be holding a very important review meeting of the defeat, the setback that it faced in the state of Haryana 2 days ago. The Congress party will get into a huddle today to assess what really went wrong. Remember, the Congress party was hoping to stall the BJP's hat-trick in the state of Haryana, but that it could not do that. In fact, BJP is back to par. In fact, it's a historic win for the BJP, for it has come back to par for the third time. This is the first time that a party, incumbent party, has come back to par for the third time. Sunil Prabhu joins us with more details on this. Sunil, tell us a little bit about this important review meeting that is all set to happen today in the Congress party.
Well, as we speak, it's happening at Mr. Karge's residence. Rahul Gandhi, K.C. Venugopal, Mr. Bhupinder Singh Hooda, Ajay Makan, all the people responsible, they would have been credited with the Haryana victory, are now really analyzing what went wrong. They are, of course, collating that information which they'll give the Election Commission on those 20 places where they have found EVM manipulation, as they allege 99%, and there's been what they say a discrepancy in terms of how the votes have come. But be that as it may, they're also looking at how they haven't been able, even despite 11% surge, ensure that the Congress could have emerged victorious in this election. So definitely a lot of undercutting has happened, a lot of independents, a lot of rebels, a lot of leaders who played a not so critical a negative role in terms of the campaign. All these factors are being looked at and being analyzed for the Congress to, as Rahul Gandhi pointed out, to look at the unexpected result that has come from Haryana. Because as you're well aware, every pollster, every possible person who was handling Haryana were quite clear that the tide was in favor of the Congress. What went wrong is something that they will now introspect and try to find reason, even though it's a little bit too late.
Right. Thank you, Sunil Prabhu, for joining us with those important details. Congress party in a huddle today to assess what really went wrong with its campaign. Moving on, we always talk about what voters want before elections, but NDTV has actually reached out to get you voices as to what people of Haryana expect from the new government. What is the mood of urban voters in Ambala? What voters want from the new government is the next story. BJP, of course, has hit a landslide in the state of Haryana. It's a historic win, but what do urban voters of Ambala want is something that we will know.
Well, BJP has made history in Haryana politics, and we have seen a lot of elements have played a major role for the victory of the BJP. We are trying to get the detail of each and every aspect, and what we have learned also, urban voters, that had become one of the main strengths for the BJP to make hat-trick in the state of Haryana. So joining us some of the urban residents also. We are in Ambala city at this point of time. We will talk to them to understand how the BJP was able to get a lot of votes from urban residents. So welcome to NDTV. Hello. So what do you think, why the urban voters had given a preference to the BJP party?
First of all, I think the biggest reason is development. That is the major reason. Because BJP has developed the towns, and we can see a lot of development in our town Ambala. We have a hospital now which was not up to the mark earlier, and other than that we have a secretariat now in Ambala. so we don't need to rush to Ambala city. We can get our jobs done in Ambala Cant. Plus the hearing of the weaker sections of the society, especially Mr. Anil Vij. He is very particular about helping poor people and socially backward people. So he has a Janta Darbar sort of a thing.
What do you think? What is the reason? आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या कारण है जो अर्बन वोटर्स है उन्होंने ज़्यादा बीजेपी पार्टी को प्रेफर किया?
हाँ जी, एक तो मुख्य कारण है जी, इन्होंने स्वच्छता पे बहुत ध्यान दिया है और दूसरा भ्रूण हत्या जो है वो भी बहुत ज़्यादा, उसकी भी रोकथाम पे बहुत ध्यान दिया है। अब कन्याओं की, लड़कियों की रेशो इससे बढ़ रही है और ये लेडीज़ की सेफ्टी का भी बहुत ध्यान रखते हैं और लेडीज़ कहीं भी अब रात को कभी भी कहीं भी घूम सकती हैं। इनके कार्य बहुत अच्छे हैं, सराहनीय हैं।
So well, we have seen these are the basically sentiments of the voters. They feel secure and they feel that law and order is totally intact, and moreover they feel they are giving a different avenues for the growing of a business. So these are the aspects they believe that is one of the main reasons why the urban voters, they preferred BJP to bring back into power.
Well, urban voters, they're making it very clear that they want ease of living and also opportunities in employment. Moving on, in Srinagar, top leaders of the National Conference and the Congress began the spade work to form the first elected government in J&K in more than 6 years. They have plans to announce the new chief minister in the next 2 days, although we all know that it's Omar Abdullah who's going to lead J&K government now. In fact, J&K Congress chief Tariq Karra has visited the house of NC President Farooq Abdullah and also Omar Abdullah, and meetings are going on. LG Manoj Sinha has said that the constitution is going to be the guiding light of the government, and he has also urged all of them to work together for the growth of J&K. My colleague Neeta has in fact spoken to Omar Abdullah, and this is what he said.
स्टेटहुड को लेकर भी बहुत तरह की चर्चाएं हो रही हैं कि स्टेटहुड को कैसे वापस जो है लाया जाएगा, इसको थोड़ा सा अगर आप एक्सप्लेन कर सकें।
मैंने पहले दिन से कहा है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री और केंद्र सरकार में जो सीनियर मिनिस्टर हजरात हैं, उन्होंने बार बार कहा है कि जम्मू कश्मीर को रियासत का दर्जा मिल जाएगा, स्टेटहुड रिस्टोर होगा। बीजेपी से जब ये सवाल पूछे गए थे तो उन्होंने कहा था कि ये 3 स्टेप प्रोसेस होगा, डिलिमिटेशन, इलेक्शन एंड स्टेटहुड। 2 स्टेप्स तो हमने कर लिए। 2 स्टेप्स में लोगों ने अपना ताउन भी दिया, इस बात के बावजूद कि हम डिलिमिटेशन से खुश नहीं थे, लेकिन हमने कहा चलिए ना, अगर यही है तो करिए। फिर इलेक्शन हुए, इलेक्शन में लोगों ने बढ़ चढ़ के हिस्सा लिया और कहीं पे भी ये शिकायत लोगों ने नहीं की कि उन्हें ज़बरदस्ती घरों से निकाल के वोट डलवाए गए। लोग अपनी मर्ज़ी से आए, उन्होंने जमहूरियत में, डेमोक्रेसी में हिस्सा लिया और उस चीज़ का वज़ीर आज़म साहब ने भी लोगों को शुक्रिया भी किया और मुबारक भी किया। अगर लोग वज़ीर आज़म साहब के मुबारकबादी के हकदार हैं तो क्या उनको अब अपना रियासत मिलने का हक़ नहीं है? तो मैं तो चाहूँगा कि हुकूमत बने, कैबिनेट की मीटिंग हो, उसमें स्टेटहुड की बात जो है एक रेजोल्यूशन के तौर पे पास हो और वो रेजोल्यूशन लेके फिर केंद्र सरकार को दिया जाए और उनसे कहा जाए कि मेहरबानी करके लोगों को जमहूरियत में हिस्सा लेने पे जो इनाम उनको चाहिए वो दे दीजिए।
Nazir is joining us now. Nazir, tell us what is the latest, because Omar Abdullah is again talking about statehood to J&K, something that he has always emphasized on. Prime Minister himself has said that that is something that will be given back to the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. How is the NC looking at these days? Because clearly, when is the announcement of the CM coming about? And also, what is on the plate when it comes to first few days of governance?
Well, right now, National Conference Legislative Party meeting is about to start. It may be in 5-10 minutes it is going to start. Most of the members, elected MLAs, have already arrived at National Conference headquarters here at Nawai Subo in Srinagar. This is the Nawai Subo in Srinagar. So they will be meeting here, and then they will elect their leader, and it's expected clearly that Umar Abdullah will be elected as the leader of the National Conference Legislative Party. And then there would be also alliance meeting eventually with the Congresses, because Congress has 6 members. Importantly, out of 7 independent legislators, at least 4 to 5 are who are NC rebels, who contested independence, but most of them are actually joining back. So the NC's own strength is going up to 46, 47, which means they have their own majority. They don't need even the Congress. But since they have a pre-poll alliance with the Congress, so they are holding the meeting with the Congress legislators as well. Maybe that can happen tomorrow. And then they can go to the Lieutenant Governor to stake the claim. And then there would be timing for the swearing-in ceremony when the new government will be formed. As we know, National Conference in its manifesto has talked about passing a resolution in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly saying the people of Jammu and Kashmir reject the decision made by the centre when it comes to constitutional change, which means abrogation of Article 370 and stripping Jammu and Kashmir of the statehood. Umar Abdullah, when I spoke to him a few days back after his victory on the counting day, he said that the voting in itself is a rejection of centre's decision, because overwhelming majority of people of Jammu and Kashmir have voted in favor of the opposition, in favor of the National Conference. And second thing, they would be stressing on the statehood. Statehood is something which is seen as an stripping JNK of statehood is seen something which they say is attack on the identity, and they want to restore the identity and restoration of the state. In fact, the Prime Minister has repeatedly said it during the campaigning during parliament elections and also some recent assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir that a statehood will be restored. Home Minister Amit Shah has also reiterated in multiple meetings and also in the parliament that the statehood will be restored, and that's why National Conference is saying, look, there should not be any delay. In fact, Rahul Gandhi during his campaigning in Jammu and Kashmir was saying that they will even protest across the country if the statehood of Jammu and Kashmir is not restored. So the first priority, it appears, of the next government in Jammu and Kashmir is restore statehood. They are saying Jammu and Kashmir was a state and should be restored back as a state. And then there are rights over the jobs, there's a land issues, there are other, resources. All these things are there which the National Conference has promised. But right now, all the focus is on the legislative party meeting of the National Conference here at party headquarters at Nawai Subu in Srinagar, where Umar Abdullah is expected to be the leader of the legislative party of the National Conference, and then the leader of the alliance, NC Congress alliance in Jammu and Kashmir. Then they'll go to Lieutenant Governor to stake the claim for the formation of government in Jammu and Kashmir.
With those details, Umar Abdullah is going to be the next Chief Minister. There's an important meeting of MLAs that's happening there in Srinagar, in J&K. But moving on to some more stories, and this time from the south of India. Carrying the Muda investigation forward, Mysuru Lokayukta Police in Karnataka has now issued notices to B.V. Mallikarjun Swamy, the third accused and brother-in-law of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, and the fourth accused in this case, J. Devaraju, who had sold the land. Now, they've been summoned today to reportedly gather more details about how the land was obtained and sold. Remember, it was Mallikarjun Swamy who had gifted the land to Siddaramaiah's wife Parvati, who later became the alleged illegal beneficiary. Meanwhile, Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge has dismissed reports of rebellion within the party in the midst of Muda allegations.
There is no rebellion, or there is nothing happening with respect to the CM's chair. But since the media has been reporting it widely, so they have just asked, why is the media talking about things that is not in existence? And that's about it. So that is being looked at as quelling of a rebellion.
Pratibha Raman, my colleague, joins us. Pratibha, you've been reporting on this case for a long time. Tell us the importance of today's action, the summoning of Devaraju and also the brother-in-law of the Chief Minister. This means that Lokayukta is indeed moving fast on this investigation.
Well, that's right, because Lokayukta initially started off by surveying the land, and that's the epicenter of the entire Muda scam. And now we have the Lokayukta summoning those involved. And remember, the FIR talks about 4 of the accused, starting with Ms. Parvati, who is Chief Minister Siddaramaia's wife, and then comes Siddarameya himself, and then we have A3 and A4, and that is Mallikarjun Swamy, the brother-in-law of Siddaramaiya, and Devaraju, the man who sold that land. So talking about how this entire Muda investigation started off, it was Mallikarjun Swamy who bought that land from Devaraju, and Snehemai Krishna, who is the main complainant in this case, has alleged that those were forged documents because the land already belonged to Muda and it was already allotted as sites by Muda. And how was it converted into an agricultural land for benefiting the purchase of Mallikarjun Swamy is question number 1. And number 2, we have Mallikarjun Swamy himself, who's gifted that plot of land, 3.16 acres that we're talking of, to Parvati, and the compensation for which has been gained by Parvati, and that has become the most contentious issue here as far as the Muda allegations are concerned. Now, talking of the entire investigation around the purchase and sale of this land would actually lead to further investigation in terms of questioning the A1 and A2 as well in this case. So it's only going to be a matter of time. Whether this is going to be a setback for Chief Minister or not is also something that needs to be closely watched, because Mr. Siddaramaiah already has the ED heat on one side to handle, and then you have the Lokayukta heat as well. How would he really tackle this investigation? How is his fight that is going to be taken forward? And also in terms of the claims of resignation, amidst all these calls, how is he going to handle this? These are some of the questions revolving around entire politics around Congress government here in Karnataka.
Well, thank you so much, Pratibha Raman, for joining us with those details. Lokayukta moving fast there. 2 more accused in the Muda case have been summoned by the Lokayukta now. Moving on to more news from the international world, Israel has expanded its offensive in Lebanon, which is the new battlefield now after Gaza and West Bank. NDTV, in fact, is reporting from there. NDTV's Mohammad Ghazali is in Beirut, and he is reporting from the front lines of this war that's going on in the Middle East. It has, in fact, widened the scope of this war with multiple players now getting in. NDTV is reporting from Lebanon's capital, Beirut. In fact, there's a trail of destruction, a humanitarian crisis that's unfolding there with people getting displaced, and also the war acquiring new dimensions. Hezbollah has fired rocket barrages at Israel now. Israel's PM Benjamin Netanyahu has warned on Gaza-like destruction to Lebanon. That was yesterday, but of course he has also spoken to US President Joe Biden. This is the dimensions of the war, the scale of the war getting bigger than one would have expected.
So here we are inside the Mediterranean. We have just started off from here, from one of the Bay Area of Beirut, and behind me you can see that this is the Bay Area, which is located right near the Beirut city, and he is one of the local fishermen we are going to talk to, and we are here inside the Mediterranean, moving or proceeding into the Mediterranean, and just a cautionary warning has been issued by the Israeli army that Israel will try to get into Lebanon through the sea route. But even in the sea, there are borders that till what point these fishermen or these boats can fly into the sea water. All the fishermen and their boat have left the seashore here or the Bay Area, and they're docked or they're placed right near the corner of the city behind me, you can see. And in this entire Mediterranean, if you see here, behind me, there are no boats. We are the only ones right now here, or a single boat at a long distance from here can be seen. And it is complete silence here, complete silence. And why this is happening, and this is not the first time that this has happened. Back in 1982, back in 2006, Israel had yet again warned the fishermen or the Lebanese citizens to stay away from the seashore area. And that is why even during this war, which has started between Lebanon, or say the Hezbollah and Israel, Israeli army, the Arabic spokesperson of Israeli army, had warned the Lebanese people to stay away from the seashore, not only just near the Mediterranean, but even the Litani River in Lebanon. The Israeli army has got into Lebanon. They have occupied certain areas. Yesterday, a very symbolic video had come up where Israeli army had raised the Israeli flag on one of the areas which is considered to be the stronghold of Hezbollah as per the Israeli spokespersons. But the local Lebanese people say that this has been one of the major excuse, or this has been one of the major explanations or significant explanation by the Israeli army before they launch or before they're launching any kind of attacks into the Lebanese territory. And this war has brought economic repercussions for the fishermen as well, because they do face resistance from the Israeli army. Israeli army, they say, that keeps attacking them as well. So right now you can see we are inside the Mediterranean. We'll see, but on usual days there are many ships, many boats besides ships in the water, and this has been the impact that after the Israeli army's warning, all the major, basically all the boats or the fishermen have kept themselves away from the seawater.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how they
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's two-day visit to Laos in Southeast Asia begins today. It's a two-day trip. In fact, he's there to attend the ASEAN Summit. He'll also be attending the Asian Summit and he will be, of course, participating in a number of bilateral meetings with leaders of different nations. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already arrived there and he is meeting members of the Indian diaspora. Those are the latest shots of Prime Minister Narendra Modi arriving in Laos to attend the ASEAN-India Summit. This is strengthening of India's Look East policy. India's Look East policy and neighborhood foreign policy has been the cornerstone of its strategic relationship when it comes to dealing with the neighborhood, and that is gaining momentum with India's G20 presidency. And now this is Prime Minister's visiting Laos to attend the ASEAN Summit. He, in fact, his visit will also highlight how ASEAN member countries and also Asian countries are a crucial policy, a crucial part of India's foreign policy, especially when it comes to its Look East strategy. It will also underscore India's cooperation with allies and partners with a common vision of what it means for the Indo-Pacific region. Remember, India has been wanting to be the voice of Global South, and that is what it's focused on, besides Look East policy being the cornerstone of its foreign strategy. Industrialist Ratan Tata, who died at the age of 86 in a Mumbai hospital last night, will be cremated with full state honours. The state government has declared a day of mourning, and this is to honour the contributions of the businessman. Ratan Tata's body has been kept at the National Centre for Performing Arts in Mumbai's Nariman Point, where people are paying their last respects. The cremation will take place at the Worli area later in the day today. Home Minister Amit Shah has already arrived in Mumbai. He will be attending the funeral, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already left for Laos to attend some bilateral meetings. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, before he left for Laos, has posted on X his condolence message for Ratan Tata, calling him a visionary business leader, a compassionate soul and an extraordinary human being. He said that he provided stable leadership to one of India's oldest and most prestigious business houses. At the same time, he said that his contribution went far beyond the boardroom, who endeared himself to several people because of his humility, kindness and commitment to making the society better. In fact, industrialist Gautam Adani also posted on X his tribute to Ratan Tata, saying that India has lost a giant, a visionary who redefined modern India's path. He said that Ratan Tata was just not a business leader, but he also was somebody who embodied the spirit of India with integrity, compassion and a commitment to greater good. He said that legends like him never fade away.
कल श्री रतन टाटा का निधन हो गया और आज मुझे वहां मुंबई जाना पड़ रहा है। सबसे पहले तो मैं रतन टाटा जी को बहुत मनपूर्वक श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं। रतन टाटा जी, मेरा उनसे व्यक्तिगत भी गहरा परिचय रहा, परंतु न केवल भारतीय उद्योग जगत के, पूरे विश्व के एक सम्मानीय उद्योजक रहे।
मैं समझता हूं एक ऐसा व्यक्तित्व है जिन्होंने जीवन भर व्यापार और उद्योग को तो बहुत नई ऊंचाइयों तक लेके गए ही, ईमानदार व्यवस्थाओं से भी कैसे उद्योग बड़ा बन सकता है, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पटल पर जा सकता है, उसका एक जीवंत उदाहरण टाटा ग्रुप के रूप में बनाया। लेकिन साथ ही साथ उनका जो निहित चरित्र था, एक सेवा भावी, एक बहुत ही सरल व्यक्तित्व था, उसको कभी बदला नहीं।
कि देश के बड़े कारोबारी उद्योगपति रतन टाटा जी भी हमारे बीच नहीं रहे हैं। एक ऐसे उद्योगपति जिन्होंने अपना और उस समूह ने देश की अर्थव्यवस्था में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दिया है। आज़ादी से पहले और आज़ादी के बाद से टाटा समूह ने बहुत बड़ा देश की आर्थिक स्थिति को सुधारने में और आर्थिक तरक्की के लिए बड़ा योगदान किया है। उनकी सोच और उनका विजन यही रहा है कि कारोबार करते समय असूलों के साथ कोई समझौता नहीं।
I was here to pay my respects to the departed soul. There are two things which stand out about Sri Ratan Tata. The first is that he was a true visionary, a great visionary. The second thing was that he was a strong believer in ethics in corporate governance. I think whenever the economic history of modern India is written, I would feel that a full volume will not be enough to describe his achievements. A truly towering personality, a great son of India, a phenomenal person.
Ratan Tata, a doyen of corporate India, is no more. Born in 1937 to Naval and Sonu Tata, he was brought up by his formidable grandmother Nawajbai Tata in a manor called Tata Palace in Mumbai. Ratan Tata was born into a family of great prestige, the lineage of Jamshedji Tata, the founder of the Tata Group and an integral part of India's history. Ratan Tata was schooled at Campion Cathedral and John Connon. He was driven to school in a Rolls-Royce. Ratan Tata went to Cornell University and fell in love with America. He wanted to settle down in Los Angeles, but destiny had other plans for him. With his grandmother falling ill, he was compelled to return to India. A turbulent relationship with his father, Naval Tata, pushed Ratan Tata to apply for a job at IBM. His father was not happy. Naval Tata asked his son to tie up a resume and offered him a job with Tata Industries in 1962. He would go on to join Tisco, now called Tata Steel, in 1963. When Ratan Tata took over from his father as chairman of the Tata Group in 1991, India too was pivoting. License Raj was being revoked, the economy was being liberalized, and it was Ratan Tata's time in the sun. In the early 2000s, Ratan Tata had a string of high-profile acquisitions to his credit. Tetley, Chorus, Jaguar Land Rover and Daewoo took the Tata and Indian flag abroad. In 2008, he created history with the launch of the cheapest car in the world, the Nano, priced at 1 lakh rupees. He was also awarded the Padma Vibhushan that year. From telecom to software, manufacturing to aviation, FMCG to garments, the Tata Group has expanded across industries under Ratan Tata's watch. The conglomerate is worth over 30,000 crore rupees as of March this year. In 2008, when the Taj Hotel in Mumbai came under a terror attack, Ratan Tata showed great compassion and resilience during its aftermath. He stepped down as the chairman of Tata Sons in 2012 after 50 years and was appointed as chairman emeritus. A bitter fight with his appointed successor, Cyrus Mistry, over his handling of the group led to the ouster of Mistry. While propelling the group towards growth, he continued to indulge in his three loves, that is flying, fast cars and scuba diving. He was also a champion of startups and invested in successful companies like Lenskart, Urban Company, Bluestone and Ola Electric. Ratan Tata was well known to be very fond of his German shepherds Tito and Tango, and lived a simple life even as he created great wealth for fellow Indians.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Congress's very important review meet today after its defeat in Haryana elections. Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are chairing this meeting.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah.
Hello everybody, you're watching NDTV. The nation is mourning the passing away of industrialist Ratan Tata. Tributes have started pouring in from different parts of the world. On the political front, the focus is on the formation of the new government in both J&K and Haryana. We'll get you all that and more in this bulletin, but first, the headlines. Ratan Tata, industry legend, passes away at 86. Very important Congress review meet underway to assess its defeat in Haryana elections. Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi are chairing this meeting. In J&K, there's a key national conference meeting that is happening, that's underway. Omar Abdullah is all set to return as the Chief Minister of J&K. Karnataka Muda muddle deepens. Lokayukta is moving fast. It's now going to question CM's brother-in-law. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Laos for the crucial ASEAN-India summit. Israel-Lebanon conflict, NDTV reports from the battle lines. In fact, Lebanese fishermen stay ashore after Israeli warnings. Industrialist Ratan Tata, who died at the age of 86 in a Mumbai hospital last night, will be cremated with full state honours. The state government has also declared a day of mourning today to honour the late businessman. Ratan Tata's body has been kept at the National Centre for Performing Arts in Mumbai's Nariman Point, where people are there to pay their last respects. The cremation will take place at the Worli area later in the city. Home Minister Amit Shah will be attending this funeral as Prime Minister Narendra Modi has left to attend some bilateral meetings. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, has already posted his condolence message on X, saying Ratan Tata ji was a visionary business leader, a compassionate soul and an extraordinary human being. He provided stable leadership to one of India's oldest and most prestigious business houses. At the same time, his contribution went far beyond the boardroom. The Prime Minister also said that Mr. Tata endeared himself to several people thanks to his humility, kindness and commitment to making society better. Businessman Gautam Adani has also posted his condolence message on X, saying that India has lost a giant in Ratan Tata's passing away. He called him a visionary who redefined modern India's path. Ratan Tata, he said, wasn't just a business leader, but somebody who embodied the spirit of India with integrity, passion and commitment to the greater good. He said, legends like him never fade away.
कल श्री रतन टाटा का निधन हो गया और आज मुझे वहां मुंबई जाना पड़ रहा है। सबसे पहले तो मैं रतन टाटा जी को बहुत मनपूर्वक श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं। रतन टाटा जी, मेरा उनसे व्यक्तिगत भी गहरा परिचय रहा, परंतु न केवल भारतीय उद्योग जगत के, पूरे विश्व के एक सम्मानीय उद्योजक रहे।
मैं समझता हूं एक ऐसा व्यक्तित्व है जिन्होंने जीवन भर व्यापार और उद्योग को तो बहुत नई ऊंचाइयों तक लेके गए ही, ईमानदार व्यवस्थाओं से भी कैसे उद्योग बड़ा बन सकता है, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पटल पर जा सकता है, उसका एक जीवंत उदाहरण टाटा ग्रुप के रूप में बनाया। लेकिन साथ ही साथ उनका जो निहित चरित्र था, एक सेवा भावी, एक बहुत ही सरल व्यक्तित्व था, उसको कभी बदला नहीं।
I was here to pay my respects to the departed soul. There are two things which stand out about Sri Ratan Tata. The first is that he was a true visionary, a great visionary. The second thing was that he was a strong believer in ethics in corporate governance. I think whenever the economic history of modern India is written, I would feel that a full volume will not be enough to describe his achievements. A truly towering personality, a great son of India, a phenomenal person.
In my life, I met him. This man of integrity, simplicity, care for others, compassionate. I really miss him. I don't think in my experience I met anyone like him. And it's hard to get someone like him. May I only pray, may his soul rest in peace. He was a legend, there was an era, it was the end of an era for me.
Okay, joining us is Radhika, who's been reporting on this. Radhika, what is the latest on this? What are the arrangements like? Who are the big VIPs who actually came to pay their last tributes? And clearly, Mr. Tata was somebody who touched many lives. How are people of Mumbai actually feeling about this?
That's right, final of Ratan Tata we are witnessing over the last few hours. I am at the NCPA lawns, and as you can see behind me, number of people have gathered here in huge numbers. Public have gathered here to pay their last tributes to Ratan Tata. This is what we've been seeing since 10 a.m. and this will go on. Okay, we have Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray, the Thackeray members right here to pay their tributes and their honor to Ratan Tata, the industrialist, the man who is loved, respected, admired from across cross-section of sectors. Like we've been seeing a lot of industrialists since this morning. We saw Mangalam Birla paying tributes. He was here for over half an hour speaking to family members and several within Tata Group as well. What we're seeing is, of course, Shiv Sena leader Uddhav Thackeray and his family members paying tribute to Ratan Tata as we speak. We also saw RBI Governor Shaktikant Das some time back, and many from the political industrial fraternity who've been coming in large numbers. Of course, general public, thousands of people queuing up to pay their homage to Ratan Tata, the man he was, who was not just an industrialist but did much to the society, did a lot for the society, gave back to the society through his philanthropic work. This is what people remember him for. Of course, his final journey is what we are seeing, public paying their tributes. Mortal remains at NCPA at the moment. Ratan Tata certainly leaving behind that huge monumental legacy and a nation, of course, paying tributes. It's the outpouring of tributes that we've been seeing since
age-related ailments. And somebody who many often say was a man with a deep sense of purpose, with a strong business ethics. Of course, Tata has been made a globally trusted brand under the helm of Ratan Tata. Of course, he was instrumental as far as the expansion of the Tata Group of companies are concerned. The Tata Group in itself is concerned. We speak about acquisitions, be it the Tata Tetli acquisition, Chorus, or the Land Rover Jaguar acquisition. Those are the ones that get spoken about, as far as Ratan Tata's, global acquisitions are concerned. And besides that, Tata Motors, certain launches, including a Tata Nano, which is affordable car for the middle class, something that he created an aspiration for millions and millions of middle class Indians. Uddhav Thackeray there paying his tribute, speaking to family members as well as several top executives of Tata Group. He's leaving with his family members. Of course, as I said, people from a cross-section of sectors coming here to get that final glimpse of Ratan Tata, to be a part of this final journey, to pay tribute and homage to the visionary that Ratan Tata was. Of course, and besides that, of course, state funeral is what we're seeing, and post this, his mortal remains will be taken to Worli crematorium. And there has been a proposal that has been mooted by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde as well just a while ago in the cabinet meeting, where there's a proposal to confer Bharat Ratna to Ratan Tata has been tabled. Well, that will be sent to the central government, who will take a final call on it. So those are the developments, politically, as far as conferring Bharat Ratna to Ratan Tata is concerned, because there had been a lot of people rallying for Bharat Ratna to Ratan Tata, not just now, not just after his passing away, but in the past as well, and something he was not particularly excited about, because Ratan Tata known to be a humble, a grounded person, somebody who always felt that one must measure success through what they can contribute to the society and not otherwise. So therefore, he believed in contributing to the society. The fact that almost about 65% of the profits went into charitable work, be it in the form of healthcare or education. There's Tata Institute of Social Science that he created. There is Aga Khan Hospital that he created. So yes, one can go on and on about the contributions.
Also, Sajid is joining us. Sajid, you've covered the Tata Group for many years. Also, tell us what kind of contribution, what kind of a rich legacy does Mr. Ratan Tata leave behind?
It is a big void which will be left because of Mr. Tata's demise. What we have seen in the last 20 years or 25 years is a transformation of the Tata Group. This has coincided with the kind of liberalization the country has taken from 1991 onwards. Remember, Mr. Tata came into the helm in 1991, and at that time, around that time, it was the liberalization which was undertaken by the then government, and the first challenge for them was basically the consolidation of the domestic businesses. So for the first 5 to 10 years, Mr. Tata was looking at consolidating that business, whether it was steel, power, or for that matter, Tata Motors. But the big leap that happened was in 2000 when Tata Tea, which is now called Tata Consumer, went ahead and acquired Tetley. This was followed by the big acquisition of Chorus by Tata Steel, then followed by the big acquisition of JLR by Tata Motors. And every time, when someone used to ask him about the reasons behind the acquisition, he used to talk about the fact that we need to get developed technologies into our country and access those markets. What he did was, basically ensure that the India Inc. is able to go out and dream big, go global, and be modern. And that's why he's called the modern industrialist, because he's not only diversified the entire group once he took over everything from JRD, but also went ahead and diversify the group into various new areas, whether it is aerospace and defense, whether it is under his leadership, we have seen a movement towards technology, tech designing, which Tata Tech does, or for that matter, now the Tata Group is venturing into semiconductor fabrication, renewables, batteries. All these are new energy businesses where the Tata Group is venturing, and that is something that's a philosophy which has come from Mr. Tata, because he always wanted his senior management to think out of the box, take risk, and then expand further. That's something which is now we get to see in the Tata Group with the kind of announcements they have been doing in various spaces of various sectors as we go about. From philanthropy, on a philanthropy point of view, he has been a pioneer of philanthropy. 66% of the Tata Sons is held by trusts, and the trusts are into a major philanthropy with respect to education, healthcare, sanitation, upliftment of people. You name the area, and they are there giving back to the society, using the profits they earn from the businesses, employing back those profits for the betterment of the society.
Okay, thank you, Sajid and Radhika, for joining us with those details. Ratan Tata leaves behind a rich legacy. Let's look at a little bit of let's look at some glimpses from his life and his legacy.
Ratan Tata, a doyen of corporate India, is no more. Born in 1937 to Naval and Sonu Tata, he was brought up by his formidable grandmother Nawajbai Tata in a manor called Tata Palace in Mumbai. Ratan Tata was born into a family of great prestige, the lineage of Jamshedji Tata, the founder of the Tata Group and an integral part of India's history. Ratan Tata was schooled at Campion Cathedral and John Connon. He was driven to school in a Rolls-Royce. Ratan Tata went to Cornell University and fell in love with America. He wanted to settle down in Los Angeles, but destiny had other plans for him. With his grandmother falling ill, he was compelled to return to India. A turbulent relationship with his father, Naval Tata, pushed Ratan Tata to apply for a job at IBM. His father was not happy. Naval Tata asked his son to tie up a resume and offered him a job with Tata Industries in 1962. He would go on to join Tisco, now called Tata Steel, in 1963. When Ratan Tata took over from his father as chairman of the Tata Group in 1991, India too was pivoting. License Raj was being revoked, the economy was being liberalized, and it was Ratan Tata's time in the sun. In the early 2000s, Ratan Tata had a string of high-profile acquisitions to his credit. Tetley, Chorus, Jaguar Land Rover and Daewoo took the Tata and Indian flag abroad. In 2008, he created history with the launch of the cheapest car in the world, the Nano, priced at 1 lakh rupees. He was also awarded the Padma Vibhushan that year. From telecom to software, manufacturing to aviation, FMCG to garments, the Tata Group has expanded across industries under Ratan Tata's watch. The conglomerate is worth over 30,000 crore rupees as of March this year. In 2008, when the Taj Hotel in Mumbai came under a terror attack, Ratan Tata showed great compassion and resilience during its aftermath. He stepped down as the chairman of Tata Sons in 2012 after 50 years and was appointed as chairman emeritus. A bitter fight with his appointed successor, Cyrus Mistry, over his handling of the group led to the ouster of Mistry. While propelling the group towards growth, he continued to indulge in his three loves, that is flying, fast cars and scuba diving. He was also a champion of startups and invested in successful companies like Lenskart, Urban Company, Bluestone and Ola Electric. Ratan Tata was well known to be very fond of his German shepherds Tito and Tango, and lived a simple life even as he created great wealth for fellow Indians.
So tributes pouring in for Ratan Tata from across the world. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had posted on X last night that Ratan Tata was a visionary business leader, a compassionate soul and an extraordinary human being who provided stable leadership to India's oldest and most prestigious business house. At the same time, he said that his contribution went far beyond the boardroom, who endeared himself to several people because of his humility, kindness and unwavering commitment to making the society better. Gautam Adani, who's a businessman, also posted his condolence message on X, saying that India has lost a giant, a visionary who redefined modern India's path. He said that Ratan Tata wasn't just a business leader, but he was also somebody who had the spirit of India with integrity, compassion and commitment to greater good. He said that legends like him never fade away. Also joining us now is Radhika. Radhika, tell us what is expected today. You know, there are tributes that are pouring in from different parts of the world, but of course Mumbai is special when it comes to Ratan Tata's legacy. Tell us what is expected today, and who are the VIPs who actually came in to pay their respects, and also a little bit about the legacy of Mr. Tata.
That's right, tributes pouring in from all quarters as far as Ratan Tata's demise is concerned. He passed away yesterday at Breach Candy Hospital. Last evening is when the official statement was out that due to age-related ailments, he passed away at Breach Candy Hospital. He was in the ICU for the last few days, and as you can see here, a sea of people gathered here to pay their last respects, to pay their tributes to Ratan Tata. This is what we've been seeing since 10 a.m. This event, which is the public viewing event, began at about 10 a.m. His mortal remains were kept at his residence in the morning, after which it was taken to this particular place. And since 10 a.m., we've been seeing people from all quarters of life, a cross-section of people, across sectors, in fact, coming here to pay their tributes to Ratan Tata, general public, of course, and VIPs, as you mentioned. We did see Uddhav Thackeray and his family members, including Aditya Thackeray, paying their tributes just a while ago. Before that, we also saw industrialists such as Kumar Mangalam Birla as well, who paid his tributes. RBI Governor Shaktikant Das was here as well, and several other politicians also, including Sharad Pawar, to pay their last tributes. In the next few hours, we can see more VIP movement here. Many more from the industry, sports, political circle will be making their way to pay their last respects to Ratan Tata. This shows the man he was. The crowd here shows how much he was respected, how much he was regarded and loved by people across. I mean, that not just because of his contributions to the industry or the acquisitions or the expansions that he made across companies within Tata, but also as a result of the contributions he made to the society at large. His charitable causes was something that was well known. A person who always believed that the measure of success was in fact success is in fact measured through the contributions that you can make to the society and to the difference you can make to the lives of people, which he did over the last several decades. The fact that he ran multiple hospitals, healthcare centers, charitable trusts, charitable organizations, schools, colleges, educational institutions, and much done for rural welfare, rural development as well. So all this was part of, Ratan Tata's journey over the last several decades. Industrial contribution and philanthropic work, something that he was known for, known as somebody who was humble, grounded, rooted, was a mentor for entrepreneurs. He invested a lot post stepping down as the chairman. He invested in a lot of startups, in a lot of entrepreneurs, showed them the way as well, which is why he is seen as an inspiring figure, an accomplished, inspiring, legendary, epic figure is what many would call Ratan Tata as, and this is the testament to that. After this, of course, his mortal remains will be taken to the crematorium in Worli, where the last rites will happen. Amit Shah is expected either here or at the crematorium. We're not entirely certain at what exact time he will arrive, but we were told that he'll arrive sometime post 1 o'clock. So Home Minister Amit Shah will also be paying his tributes to Ratan Tata. And more importantly, today there was a cabinet meeting in which it was decided, tabled a proposal to confer Bharat Ratna to Ratan Tata. So therefore that is something that will need the nod of the central government as well. So that is another development that took place today. But this is the outpouring of tributes that you're seeing here at NCPA lawns.
Okay. Also, Sajid is all. Okay, Radhika, also tell us a little bit about what is expected in the evening, and also a little bit about how his business legacy, specifically in modernizing the Tata empire and also expanding its footprint globally.
Yes, absolutely. Many talk about the acquisitions and global expansion of Tata companies, which is something that he successfully did. He was instrumental in doing over the last several decades. As far as your first question is concerned, which is what is expected later in the evening, once again, let me show you the visuals here. NCPA, where, people are pouring their tributes. And of course VIP entry as well till 4 p.m. Public can pay their tributes, after which of course his mortal remains will be taken to another spot, which is the crematorium in Worli, where the cremation will take place. At about 4 p.m. is when that is expected. Amit Shah is also expected. As far as his work and legacy is concerned, of course, what is being spoken about usually is the strategic acquisition and focus on innovation that propel Tata Group to new heights. People talk about pioneering the launch of world's cheapest car. Tata Nano is something that gets spoken about, multiple times. And besides that, of course, the acquisitions like the Tetley, Chorus, Jaguar Land Rover are some of the other global acquisitions that Ratan Tata successfully implemented and enforced during his time. And besides all of that, his philanthropic activities, which get spoken about time and again, reason why he changed lives of millions and millions of Indians.
Thank you, Radhika, for joining us with those details. The passing away of Ratan Tata, of course, has invoked tributes from different parts of the world. His philanthropy, his legacy, his business legacy is something that the country and the world will remember. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
Welcome back. My colleague Vishnu Shom is with Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia. Ratan Tata's passing away has, of course, gotten tributes from different parts of the world. Vishnu Shom, over to you.
Well, it is an incredible loss for the country, the passing of Ratan Tata. He's been not just a great industrialist, but he's been a great Indian, a great citizen of this country. Joining us now to tell us about his memories of Ratan Tata, the Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia. Mr. Scindia, thank you very much for being with us. The Tatas and Ratan Tata was around when the big India growth story hadn't even started. He was around for a long time preceding that. And therefore, his contribution was consistent even before the going got good for us. I think it's that tenacity of work which, in a sense, defined him and his group.
So, Vishnu, I'd like to talk more about the person than necessarily the group. Ratan Tata ji, for me, embodied many virtues and many attributes. The ability to be able to think big, the ability to be able to stay the course, the ability to be committed and dedicated, hold on steadfast to the values of truth, high morals, high ideals. And these are not attributes or values that you find commonplace in the world today. His journey has been one of tenacity, as you said, starting with Nelco, but very soon as he took over charge from GRD Tata ji, led the group to new heights, whether it was the acquisition of Tetley in England, whether it was the acquisition of Chorus through Tata Steel, then building the cheapest car for every single Indian. He wanted every Indian to be mobile. So he was a fighter for a cause, and businesses were built to be able to serve that cause. That represented Ratan Tata ji's ability. The acquisition of JLR, and I think he carried with him not the flag of the Tata Group alone. He carried the flag of India. He carried our Tiranga and placed it firmly on the world stage. Most importantly, he was one of the simplest human beings, the most unassuming person I have ever met in my life, a gentleman at heart. And for me, it's a real personal loss because our families have known each other for the last 4 generations. Sir Jamshedji Tata, when he was setting up Tata Steel, my great-grandfather, Madhav Maharaj I, was the only person who came in and funded Tata Steel at that point because he realized that India needed its own infrastructure, and they had a very strong bond. His son JRD Tata and my grandfather Jivaji Rao Scindia had a very close relationship. When Air India was formed in 1942, before independence, they both put Gwalior on that first aviation map of Air India. My father, 8 years junior to Ratan Tata ji, shared a very close relationship. I remember in Bombay, when we used to live in Bombay, meeting him for the first time when I was all of 10 years old. And so my relationship with him has been over the last over 4 decades. And I met him a number of times. I remember after I graduated from Harvard and came back as an investment banker with Morgan Stanley, went to him for advice, met with him about his expansion plans. And in 2016, I invited him to the Scindia School as the chief guest. And even at the ripe age old of 80, the way that he interacted with every single student, went from desk to desk in the exhibition, curious, inquisitive, a bevy and a lineup of boys waiting to take photographs with him, waiting to get autographs from him. And 2 years ago, I had the good fortune of going and having lunch with him, with my wife and my son, to introduce the next generation of my family to him. And the amount of time he spent with us, and I remember walking into his house and going to his dining room, and at the age of 84, his dining room was still full of books he wanted to read, business plans that had come to him. Even after he retired as the chairperson of the Tata Group, he set up a venture fund. He was still engaging with the youth of India, pushing them forward, telling them to take risks, achieve what has not been achieved before. So Ratan Tata embodies all of those values. And most importantly, Vishnu, he was a humanist. He was a gentle soul. I remember in Bombay House in those days, I'm talking about the early mid-80s, every stray dog was welcome in Bombay House. Every stray dog was fed. And his ability to touch lives, his ability in his very slow, halting way, every word of his weighed a ton. And that's the Ratan Tata that we will miss in India, a Ratna of India and a Titan of India.
He was civil aviation minister till recently. One of his biggest dreams was to bring Air India back into the Tata fold.
That's right.
It happened when he stopped being a chairperson, but obviously it had its blessings. But that was something that was always there in his mind. How do I re-enter the civil aviation space? Did you talk to him at all about that? Air India coming back into the Tata fold?
He was very clear in his outlook. He was not looking at the acquisition of a business enterprise. He was looking to build a national carrier. He was looking to take Air India back to the heights of where his father, J.R.D. Tata, had taken it. He wanted to build a modern, best of class service airline. And that was his passion. For him, it was creation of value, service of the customer that was paramount. Profit was secondary. And when he looked at this business that way and he satisfied customers, the profits would come. And therefore, his vision was really creating a paradigm shift in whatever he did. And he achieved that across the board. Look at even at the age of 80, 82, Vishnu, to think of creating Tata Advanced Systems Limited, when people would say, you've got to be joking if you think you can bring international majors into India. He built TASL, joint ventures with Boeing, joint ventures with Airbus, with Lockheed Martin, manufacturing of aircraft parts in India, which people thought was impossible. Joint venture with Airbus for the C295 facility. Lately, the idea of building a fab in India. He was the power, he was the passion behind the Tata Group. And I think he will be missed by every single Indian across the length and breadth of our country.
ज्योतिरादित्य जी, आप जरा हमारे हिंदी दर्शकों के लिए भी अगर आप कुछ बता सकते हैं, आपने कई सालों से रतन टाटा जी से मिले हैं, उनके बारे में आप कुछ बताएंगे?
रतन टाटा जी भारत माता के सच्ची सपूत थे। उनकी क्षमता, उनकी दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति, उनकी कार्य करने की प्रणाली आज भी हर नौजवान को इस देश में प्रेरित करेगी और सदियों तक प्रेरित करते रहेगी। उनकी रिस्क लेने की क्षमता, जहां लोग शर्मा के निकल जाते थे, वहां आप रतन टाटा को पाते थे। देश की एक एक संस्था को विश्व पटल पर पहुंचाना, टेटली का एक्विजिशन, कोरस का एक्विजिशन टाटा स्टील के द्वारा, टाटा का नैनो गाड़ी, मतलब हर भारतीय को मोबाइल होना चाहिए, हर भारतीय को स्कूटर से गाड़ी तक पहुंचना चाहिए। ये रतन टाटा जी का संकल्प था, उनकी दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति थी। जैगुआर लैंड रोवर की एक्विजिशन कर दी। रतन टाटा जी के हाथ में केवल टाटा समूह का झंडा नहीं था, रतन टाटा जी के हाथ में भारत का तिरंगा था, और भारत के तिरंगे को विश्व पटल पर उन्होंने गाड़ के रखा। और एक ऐसा व्यक्तित्व के धनी जो इतने साधारण थे, इतने मिलनसार थे, उनकी सोच और विचारधारा इतनी स्पष्ट थी, और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण, हर व्यक्ति को छूने की क्षमता, हर व्यक्ति के हृदय में स्थान पाने की क्षमता। सिंधिया परिवार के साथ भी बहुत पुराना संबंध टाटा परिवार का रहा है। जमशेद जी टाटा जी के समय में मेरे पूर्वज माधव महाराज ने टाटा स्टील में निवेश किया था ताकि भारत की अधोसंरचना बन पाए। JRD टाटा जी के साथ मेरे दादा जीवाजीराव महाराज का बहुत एक नजदीकी का संबंध था। आजादी के पहले 1942 में जब एयर इंडिया की स्थापना हुई तो ग्वालियर को उसके मानचित्र पे रखा गया। मेरे पूज्य पिताजी और रतन टाटा जी का संबंध था। मुझे याद है 10 साल की उम्र में मैं पहली बार उनसे मिला था। 40 साल का ये संबंध रहा है। सदैव उनका बर्धस्त, उनका मार्गदर्शन और उनका प्रेम मेरे साथ रहा है। 2016 में सिंधिया स्कूल के वार्षिक उत्सव में हमने उनको आमंत्रित किया था, और उस दिन में भी हर एक बच्चे के दिल को छूने की क्षमता उनकी थी। 80 साल की उम्र के व्यक्ति के साथ लोगों की कतार लग गई थी फोटो लेने की, ऑटोग्राफ लेने की। हर बच्चे के प्रदर्शन के बारे में पूछते थे, प्रश्न पूछते थे। और 2 साल पहले मेरे धर्मपत्नी और मेरे बेटे के साथ उनके घर पर भोजन करने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ। और एक व्यक्तिगत संबंध, ये क्षति देश की जरूर है, पर मैं मानता हूं कि ये क्षति मेरे लिए व्यक्तिगत भी है। और रतन टाटा जी भारत के रत्न थे, रतन टाटा जी भारत के टाइटन थे, और मैं यही ईश्वर से कामना करता हूं कि भगवान उनको अपने दरबार में उचित स्थान दे और उनकी आत्मा को शांति मिले। ओम शांति।
आदित्य जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, moving on, Congress party is holding a very important meeting today. It is holding an assessment meeting of what really went wrong with its campaign strategy in the state of Haryana, where it failed to dislodge the BJP. BJP, in fact, has scored a hat-trick there, coming back to power for the 3rd time. This Congress huddle is to assess what went wrong in the Congress campaign that was led by Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge and Bhupinder Singh Hooda. In fact, in this meeting, Rahul Gandhi, KC Venugopal were there, and remember, the Congress party won 37 seats in Haryana polls, which is better than the performance that it showed in 2019. But of course, it was not enough to dislodge the BJP, which has come back with a comfortable majority, and its number is at 51 now, with 3 independents joining the party. BJP has in fact won Haryana for the 3rd straight term, and this is Congress party having a review meeting to discuss as to what went wrong.
सब लोगों ने विस्तार से हरियाणा के चुनाव की समीक्षा करी। सब लोगों के चैनल्स में सब जगह के ऊपर एग्जिट पोल भी आए, ओपिनियन पोल भी आए, और अगर हम लोगों की बात छोड़ें तो आप लोग भी इस चीज़ को मानते होंगे कि नतीजे अप्रत्याशित थे, और किसी को भी उम्मीद नहीं थी कि ये नतीजे आएंगे। और एग्जिट पोल के बाद भी जिस तरीके से जो एग्जिट पोल्स भी बता रहे थे, जो नतीजे आए उसमें ज़मीन और आसमान का फ़र्क था। तो हम लोगों ने उसकी चर्चा करी, अलग अलग कारण क्या हो सकते हैं इसके ऊपर चर्चा करी, और इसके ऊपर हम लोग आगे और कार्रवाई करेंगे।
Well, moving on, before elections, we often talk about what the expectations of voters are, but elections in Haryana are over and NDTV is getting you voices as to what the expectations of voters are when it comes to the new government. What do urban voters of Gurugram want? That is the next story. Remember, BJP has hit a landslide in the state of Haryana, becoming the historic party to come back to power for the third time. But what do urban voters want? My colleague Gurpreet has these details.
The BJP has won its third consecutive term in Haryana, and I am currently at one of the high-rise societies in Gurugram, wherein we'll get talking to some of the urban voters here to understand the mood of Gurugram after these election results. The exit polls had indicated that the Congress will come into power with a major seat share. However, of course, as we know, the results are in the BJP's favor and they are forming the government in Haryana for the third time. This is unprecedented history that is being scripted in Haryana, a government coming in for the third time again. Let us start talking to some of the people here. Sir, please tell us your name.
My name is Sumit.
And so, in your understanding, what is the mood after these results? Was this expected, BJP coming in for the third time?
Yeah, I think the urban voter is mostly the BJP voters, BJP supporters. Like we are kind of happy that BJP has come into the power. Though the mood was anti-incumbency around the state, we were thinking like whether it's like local candidate BJP comes and then the state government becomes a Congress, then it can be a bit of a non-working situation. But right now, this local candidate winning BJP and the BJP at the state and also at the center, so it's going to be a win-win situation for the urban voters.
Right. We of course have understood by now that the urban voters were anyway, not surprised with the results that have come in. However, Gurugram past two terms as well has been held by the BJP, and Gurugram has had many municipality and civic issues. So a third time in, what in your understanding, people gave in again?
एक्चुअली मतलब बीजेपी का जो आने का रीज़न है वो उनका है ग्राउंड वर्क, लेकिन अभी काफ़ी टाइम से हम देख रहे हैं कि धीरे धीरे थोड़ा सा स्लो डाउन चला जा रहा था. हमारे यहाँ पर भी काफ़ी सारे इश्यूज़ हैं, जैसे यहाँ रोड्स का है, बहुत ज़्यादा पानी वानी भर जाता है. और मतलब जैसे जैसे आपके जो हमारे पहले सीएम रह चुके हैं उन्होंने शायद बहुत ज़्यादा उस पर काम नहीं किया, तो बीच में थोड़ा सा बीजेपी के लिए लोगों का चला गया था कि नहीं काम नहीं कर रहा है या कुछ नहीं है. तो मुझे लगता है कि नेक्स्ट अभी जब आ रही है तो आपको इन सब चीज़ों पे काम करना पड़ेगा और करना भी चाहिए ताकि आप रह पाओ. अदरवाइज़ हर कोई मूड में आ जाएगा कि आपको चेंज चाहिए हमें, क्योंकि काम से मतलब है. जब हम लास्ट 10 ईयर्स या 5 ईयर्स में देख रहे हैं कि सेम सिचुएशन पे आप हो, बड़ा काम तो आपको दिखता है लेकिन छोटा काम दिखता नहीं है. तो जब तक आप छोटे काम के लिए नहीं करेंगे ना, तब तक आप आगे नहीं आ पाओगे. बट अभी हम एक थर्ड मौका इसलिए दे रहे हैं कि अब हो सकता है कि चेंज हुए, हमारे सीएम चेंज हुए हैं, सब कुछ हुआ है, तो शायद ग्राउंड वर्क पे अभी हम आ पाएँ. और हम चाहते हैं कि हमारी नियर बाई जो सोसाइटीज़ हैं यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा जो रोड का है, लाइट का है, इन सब इश्यूज़ पे हम लोग चाहते हैं कि काम हो.
कांति मैम ने भी अभी जैसे कहा कि दिस सीएम फेस नायब सिंह सैनी को जो लाया गया, उससे कितना बदलाव पड़ा है इस इलेक्शंस में?
मुझे लगता है कि बीजेपी अगर यहाँ पे जीती है तो इसका 60% क्रेडिट जो है सीएम चेंज पे ही जाएगा, क्योंकि मनोहर लाल खट्टर का जो काम है ये अपने इधर लोकल गोरेगांव में इतना नहीं है, और उनके चेंज की वजह से ही और उनको देखने की वजह से ही हम सब ने दिया है, क्योंकि उन्होंने पहले बहुत ज़्यादा काम किया हुआ है अपने लोकल में. तो हमें एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि वो चेंज होगा और यहाँ पर भी डेवलपमेंट होगी.
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived in Laos. This is a two-day trip to the South Asian country to attend the 21st ASEAN India Summit. He is in this country, Laos, to attend a couple of bilateral meetings. This also marks a decade of Act East policy, something that has been the cornerstone of India's foreign policy. And this summit will also chart future direction of cooperation. In fact, the Prime Minister also tweeted that this is an opportunity to discuss challenges to peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region and chart a course for future cooperation with regional bloc. Prime Minister said this before he embarked on his trip, and that is the Prime Minister of India. The latest shots coming in from the meeting the Indian diaspora. Well, the war in Middle East is expanding and the scale of the war has widened with multiple players getting in. NDTV is reporting from the battleground, the new battlefield of Lebanon. Israel has expanded its offensive in Lebanon. NDTV's ground reports are there, which you can watch. NDTV's Mohammad Ghazali is reporting from Lebanon. In fact, there's a fear of coastal operation by Israel now. Israel has expanded its ground offensive in Lebanon, and Lebanese fishermen have been asked to stay ashore after Israeli warnings. Fishermen are also struggling to make ends meet in Lebanon.
So here we are inside the Mediterranean. We have just started off from here, from one of the Bay Area of Beirut, and behind me you can see that this is the Bay Area, which is located right near the Beirut city, and he is one of the local fishermen we are going to talk to, and we are here inside the Mediterranean, moving or proceeding into the Mediterranean, and just a cautionary warning has been issued by the Israeli army that Israel will try to get into Lebanon through the sea route. But even in the sea, there are borders that till what point these fishermen or these boats can fly into the sea water. All the fishermen and their boat have left the seashore here or the Bay Area, and they're docked or they're placed right near the corner of the city behind me, if you can see. And in this entire Mediterranean, if you see here, behind me, there are no boats. We are the only ones right now here, or a single boat at a long distance from here can be seen, and it is complete silence here, complete silence. And why this is happening, and this is not the first time that this has happened. Back in 1982, back in 2006, Israel had yet again warned the fishermen or the Lebanese citizens to stay away from the seashore area, and that is why even during this war, which has started between Lebanon, or say the Hezbollah and Israel, Israeli army, the Arabic spokesperson of Israeli army, had warned the Lebanese people to stay away from the seashore, not only just near the Mediterranean, but even the Litani River in Lebanon. The Israeli army has got into Lebanon. They have occupied certain areas. Yesterday, a very symbolic video had come up where Israeli army had raised the Israeli flag on one of the areas which is considered to be the stronghold of Hezbollah as per the Israeli spokespersons. But the local Lebanese people say that this has been one of the major excuse, or this has been one of the major explanations or significant explanation by the Israeli army before they launch or before they're launching any kind of attacks into the Lebanese territory. And this war has brought economic repercussions for the fishermen as well, because they do face resistance from the Israeli army. Israeli army, they say, that keeps attacking them as well. So right now you can see you are inside the Mediterranean. We'll see, but on usual days there are many ships, many boats besides ships in the water, and this has been the impact that after the Israeli army's warning, all the major basically all the boats or the fishermen have kept themselves away from the seawater.
Welcome back. Ratan Tata's passing away on Wednesday evening has prompted a wave of tributes from leaders across various sectors, both in India and abroad. Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri joins us now. Thank you, Mr. Puri, for speaking to NDTV. I was thinking about you today because, sir, you were instrumental in India's new parliament, and that also has a stamp of Tata Sons. Ratan Tata was instrumental in mentoring and developing a lot of modern projects, modern business leadership. How will you remember his life and legacy, sir?
Vasudha ji, he was a living legend even in his own lifetime. I had the privilege of knowing him for more than 3.5 decades. But in the last 8 years of my association with different ministries, We've had the good fortune of collaborating with him. I mean, the privatization of Air India owes a lot to his own commitment to the civil aviation sector. That's where Air India started, and then, of course, that's where it has gone back. Then you mentioned the construction of the new Parliament building, which Tata Construction has undertaken, and it's a world-class, iconic building. What stands out in Mr. Tata's case is not only that he built the Tata group, raised its wealth 20 times over, built new brands, ventured into areas which hitherto were unimaginable. It was a recognizable and is a recognizable Indian brand globally. But what really stands out is, in all these, they achieved a very high degree of excellence. Let me just share with you that my overall assessment, when you ask about him, I mean, he assumed responsibility as chairman of Tata Sons, I think in 1991. And that is the year in which the Indian economy started on what is called the phase of liberalization. We started assuming outward oriented postures. That is the time when the growth story began, somewhat haltingly, but it began. And today, if India has moved on to become the 5th largest economy, on its way to the 3rd largest economy by 2027, if you agree with what the IMF says, a lot has to do with the work the private sector has done. And Shri Ratan Tata stood there like a champion and led one of the larger public sector groups into economic development. In the process, the country also gained. Right. You create wealth for your group, you create wealth for the country, and that you are able to do it with the highest professional and ethical standards. That is what stands out. And therefore, I am not surprised at the outpourings of grief and the messages which are coming in, not only from different parts of India, but from throughout the world. They are a tribute to a person who was a living legend in his lifetime, but after his passing away, his memory will be etched in gold, because that is also part of the India growth story.
Right. Mr. Puri, also let me ask you about the kind of philanthropy that he did, the kind of kindness that he showed, because he also headed 2 of the largest private sector promoted philanthropic trusts in India. Was he also one sort of an exemplary icon for businessmen to say that, business on one side, but welfare of the society is also important?
I think, Vasudha, you are absolutely on target there. He not only was a great business leader, but he was also one of the, leaders in philanthropy. It's his commitment, his passion, and, the work he did there. And he did it in a very quiet, unassuming way. I mean, and that's what stands out. Professionalism in your business world, and then caring for people. So there are millions of lives that they were able to touch. I think his contribution even to good causes outside the country, I'm sure he ranks as probably the largest, if not the largest, one of the largest contributors and donors to good causes outside India by an Indian. I know the contributions he's made to the university where he got his degree in architecture, but even otherwise. I mean, the name Tata immediately, and as epitomized by him, his personality, he was a very kind, a very decent, and one person was full of humility. And normally when somebody does well in any profession, without exception, whether you're a great business leader or even a great academic or a great politician, some streak of arrogance begins to creep in. Ratan Tata had none of that. I could mingle with people. I've seen interviews that he did 16 years ago. I've seen other people who interacted with him. I interacted with him from the time I was posted in London, which was in the year 1998 or 1999, and before that he was just an iconic figure
Right.
But when you met him, you realized that there was a very decent human being, a great philanthrope, and somebody who, epitomized the best of human values.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Puri, for saying those lovely words, and what a tribute to Mr. Ratan Tata, and humility clearly was one of his strongest points. Thank you, Mr. Puri, for joining us and giving us your time. Ratan Tata's passing away, of course, has prompted a wave of tributes from leaders from various sectors, businessmen, political leaders, all of them saying extremely nice things about the life that he led and the legacy that he lives behind.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. India, in fact, the entire country pays tribute to an icon. Ratan Tata has passed away. You were recently just hearing Hardeep Puri, the Union Minister, paying his tributes to Ratan Tata. We'll continue to get all the latest as far as this story is concerned. Let's quickly go across to the headlines. Right, a global icon, one of the, as he is known as a gentle, kind-hearted businessman, somebody who lived by the rules, always, in fact, seen as above the business end of in the country, a man whose philanthropy, his industrial valor made him an icon, not just in India, but across the globe. Ratan Tata has passed away. The state government has declared a day of mourning in Maharashtra. Ratan Tata's body will be kept at the National Centre for Performing Arts in Mumbai's Nariman Point till 4 p.m, where people can pay their last respects. The cremation is expected to take place at the Worli area later this day. Home Minister Amit Shah will attend the funeral, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi has left for Laos to attend the ASEAN, India and East Asia summits. Prime Minister Modi tweeted and has said that Sri Ratan Tata, he was a visionary business leader, a compassionate soul and an extraordinary human being. He provided stable leadership to one of India's oldest and most prestigious business houses. At the same time, his contribution went far beyond the boardroom. He endeared himself to several people thanks to his humility, kindness and unwavering commitment to making our society better. Meanwhile, Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani also has paid his respects to Ratan Tata. He has said India has lost a giant, a visionary who redefined modern India's path. Ratan Tata wasn't just a business leader, he embodied the spirit of India with integrity, compassion and unwavering commitment to greater good.
कल श्री रतन टाटा का निधन हो गया और आज मुझे वहां मुंबई जाना पड़ रहा है। सबसे पहले तो मैं रतन टाटा जी को बहुत मनपूर्वक श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं। रतन टाटा जी, मेरा उनसे व्यक्तिगत भी गहरा परिचय रहा, परंतु न केवल भारतीय उद्योग जगत के, पूरे विश्व के एक सम्मानीय उद्योजक रहे।
मैं समझता हूं एक ऐसा व्यक्तित्व है जिन्होंने जीवन भर व्यापार और उद्योग को तो बहुत नई ऊंचाइयों तक लेके गए ही,